What is going on, mere mortals? My name is John Solo, and when you think about it, vampires are basically the superheroes of the monster world. They can jump off tall buildings and land safely on the ground below, they shoot guns at bad guys, they play baseball, and they can count to some really high numbers.
Four flowers.
But vampires haven't always been this overpowered. In fact, in the early days of folklore, they hardly had any powers at all. They were basically just zombies with a more particular diet. And they could teleport. So how did vampires evolve from mangled undead nightmares who shamble through the moonlight to consume the blood of the innocent into handsome schoolboys who shimmer in the sunlight and consume the blood of the innocent? That's exactly what we're going to cover in this episode of the Messed Up Origins podcast, but I'm also going to take this exploration a bit further. After we travel the long and winding road that vampires took to become what they are today, we're going to analyze their oddly specific vulnerabilities like garlic and sunlight and figure out where the hell those came from. And because vampires are not the only bloodsuckers in folklore and mythology, we're going to look at some similar figures in other cultures that you may find even more terrifying, including a certain Egyptian goddess who could be considered the first vampire ever. For those of you who like learning about the most messed up stories found in folklore and myth, be sure to drain all the blood out of those like and subscribe buttons. Not only will that get more content like this delivered to your sub box every Thursday, but you'll also be helping our show reach more eyes and ears. And without further ado, the very messed up origins of vampires. So, in order to figure out where vampires came from, we all have to agree on what vampires are. Because like I said, they've gone through some pretty big changes in recent decades. The good news for us is that regardless of the creative liberties that artists and authors have taken, almost
I
all
think I
folklore
think that
vampires
was a
have
good
two things in
place
common.
to
They're the undead
start
returned to life,
stream
and they
where it
drink
was
blood.
buffering a bit, but let me just put this on pause. Guys, we're 52% through our donuts. Oh my word, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate it. But with that being said, guys, for wait, let me just turn my camera off. Da, 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 da. There we go. Let me go turn that off real quick. If you guys see here, we already did some in the coupling, so I made a post on that, so you guys can go check out my Twitter for that. We've already done a 5 minute blindfold sketch. Okay, I have not done karaoke's donor's choice. Well, the person who donated, they have given me their choices, and I will do that when they show up on stream later on today. And then I made a channel in our Discord server for ideas if you guys like, I don't know, want a dancing emote, or if you guys want a, I don't know, meme emotes, or whatever the case may be, where you guys can post like, hey, I want this kind of emotes, I want that kind of emotes, then yeah, please go ahead and do that. And then la 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 la. I think it was this one. Okay. Then you guys can see Jackpot, that will be at another stage. I've already made an announcement over on my Discord for Among Us community night and movie community night. And I already made a channel in my Discord for ideas for Redeem, so you guys can go check that out. And then the three animated Twitch emotes you guys can also discuss over on my Discord if you guys want to go check that out. So there we have it. And then um Okay, I'm just making an thingy for Twitch that can be pinned so you guys can see where you guys can go for things. So I'm gonna just go ahead. There we go. And there we have it. And yes, guys, we will be listening to John Solo's Messed Up Origin. I actually like listening to his content. I find it very entertaining and very interesting. But also, guys, I am for this, the art history of unknown artists. What I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of like doing a little documentary on these artists, and then you guys can like say, okay, maybe you can dive a little bit deeper into each and every single artist and then like just make it a series based off those 10 artists. So yeah, let me know what you guys think about that. But that's what I'm thinking of doing of the art history of unknown artists or artisans. But yeah, here we guys have that. Here we have that. And let's go ahead and get into this. So, what I did
Or at the
was
very least, they
I
consumed the
took
life force
this
of the living.
and then
But note my
you guys can
emphasis
see
on
the
the word
numbers on
folklore,
here, and
because
then
while
I just
vampire
like
creatures
put the
have existed
numbers
in
on
pretty
here
much
as
all the
well, so I know which
mythologies,
piece is which.
Mesopotamians,
And it
Greeks,
comes with
Hebrews,
a little
Egyptians, those
flame,
vampires are
as
different
you
in
guys
one
can see,
important
comes with a
aspect.
little
They
flame.
were never
It's
human.
so
They're not from
pretty.
the mortal plane of
So yeah.
existence. They're deities and demons from the
So I'm
divine
just
realm.
gonna take
So while
this and I'm
vampire
gonna put
creatures
this
have existed
aside.
in mythological
And
form for
then let's
thousands
go
and
ahead
thousands
and
of
get
years,
into
the undead
sorting all
vampires of folklore
this
are a
out.
relatively recent invention coming from terrifying tales that were recorded in southeastern Europe between the 16th and 18th centuries. The most famous of these tales comes from the Serbian village of Kisilova, now called Kisiljevo, and there's a few different versions of what exactly happened, but all of them center around the death of Peter Blahojevich in 1725. And the reason that Peter's death is significant is because he was accused of murdering 9 people after he
Damn,
died.
okay.
You see, in the 8 days
Wait,
after Peter
what?
was buried, 9 other perfectly healthy Kisilova residents suddenly found themselves sick and dying from a loss of blood. And these 9 residents all claimed to have been attacked by Peter during the night. Other residents said they had seen Peter lumbering through the village at night, and his wife Anna said he had even forced his way into their house to ask for his shoes. No word on if she gave them to him or not. Now, there were a few possible explanations for what
Okay,
was
so
going
I'm
on in
gonna be
Kisilova,
using
but
this
2
to put
theories
some
were
of the smaller
particularly
pieces
popular.
in. I know
Number
it's an
1,
ice
Peter's
cream
corpse had
thingy, but
escaped its
I'm gonna
grave and
be
was
using
attacking
this to
former
put the
neighbors to drink their
smaller
blood.
pieces in. So
Or
let's go
2,
ahead
undead
and
Peter had
let's get
escaped his grave and was
cracking.
lingering around the village,
Okay.
spreading disease that caused blood loss and hallucinations. See, back in the day, the fear of vampires wasn't just that they were violent, bloodthirsty murderers. Since they were technically dead, and dead things are major sources of disease, these monsters were also viewed as plague carriers, making them even more dangerous. But the problem with both of the Kisilovans' vampire theories was that they could easily be proven false by looking at Peter's burial site, which had remained undisturbed this entire time. If the Kisilovans were right, they would have to destroy Peter's body, but they didn't want to dig up and desecrate his grave unless they knew for sure that he was the culprit, and it wasn't some other killer on the loose. Well, the residents all said to hell with decorum when one morning Anna Blahojevich discovered her son's body drained of all its blood on the floor of her home. It appeared that
What
her husband
the?
had once again returned home, so she got in contact with church officials to figure out what to do. The clergymen decided they had to see once and for all if Peter could
Okay,
be responsible for the
there we go.
attacks and illnesses. Sure, his grave appeared the same as the day they buried him, but it was possible that he was using some demonic vampire magic to escape. So, left with no other choice, they dug up his body, and they were horrified by what they saw. When they opened Peter's casket, they were dumbfounded to see that his body had hardly decomposed at all over the last few weeks.
Wait,
Even worse, his
what?
teeth had grown larger, his fingernails longer, he had blood stains around his mouth, and his stomach was bloated as if he had just finished a decent-sized meal. The Kisilovans' worst fears had been confirmed. Peter
Okay,
Blahojevich,
so I'm
their
just gonna
neighbor, their
break
friend,
this
their
up like
brother, had
this. I'm not
become a
gonna like break
vampire, and his
anything
body
inside
would
or
have
anything
to be
like that.
destroyed.
So I'm
To
just gonna
do
put
this, they
this in
stabbed him in
here
the heart with a
exactly like
wooden
that.
stake several times, causing him to bleed fresh blood from his ears and mouth. Then
Wait,
they
what?
burned his body, destroying the vessel for whatever disease or demonic spirit had taken control of him. And while some listeners may find that to be a little excessive, records indicate that the attacks on Kisilova's residents stopped completely after that day. Now, there's a few reasons I wanted to share that story with you. Number one is that it's the earliest documented instance of vampire hysteria in all of history. So that's just straight up fascinating.
That's
Reason number two
insane.
is that it perfectly encapsulates the concept of vampires in folklore. They weren't originally sexy, rich, charismatic lords of the manor. They were literally bloated, bloody corpses, which actually explains where they got some of the qualities they've maintained to this day. Like when the Kisseloven saw Peter's body with his bigger teeth and sharper nails and blood all over as if he had just eaten, he may have appeared to be a blood-sucking monster, but these are all very typical symptoms of decomposition. His nails and teeth were not growing, his body was just shrinking, and the blood
So
on
people
his
were
mouth
just
and clothes was
ignorant
not
back
from his
then.
victims, it was being expelled by his own body. The reason his grave appeared undisturbed was not because of his vampire teleportation abilities, it's because he never left his grave. I know, that one's really hard to believe, but you just gotta trust me on this. You may have also noticed that all of Peter's attacks only happened at night. This did not actually have anything to do with his vampirism, but more so the fact that night has always been the more dangerous time for humans to not be in shelter, mostly because of the lack of visibility. As we learned in the Wendigo story we covered a few weeks ago, not being able to see left you
Ooh, I want
vulnerable
to
to
take a look at that
monsters and
Wendigo
men with bad
story. Okay, I'm gonna
intentions.
keep
It
this
also led to
as
people's
is. I'm not gonna
imaginations
break this
conjuring
up.
up
I'm
some
just gonna keep it
terrifying
as
visions
is.
when their eyes couldn't make out
Oh
what was
wait, I
lurking
might need
beyond
to
the light
because
of
I
their
might
fire.
need
The
this
whole
part.
vampires are killed
Okay.
by sunlight thing didn't even come around until the Nosferatu movie in 1922. Spoiler alert if you hadn't gotten around to seeing it yet. Nosferatu was inspired by Bram Stoker's Dracula, published in 1897, but Dracula
I
isn't
actually want
hurt
to
by
read that
sunlight at
book.
all. His powers are significantly weakened during the daytime and he can't change his form as easily, but he goes out in the sun pretty regularly in the book. Also, I think this is where I'm supposed to make a joke about Edward Cullen glimmering in the sunlight, but 17 years after those books came out, it just feels like low-hanging fruit. Though I do think it's funny that vampires managed to evolve from bloated corpses to having literal diamonds for skin. Talk about a glow-up. There it is. There's my joke.
Oh my word,
Well,
no,
unlike the
not the
attacks in Kulisova, the
no,
vampire
no, John
evolution
Solo,
did
you
not
can do
happen
better than
overnight.
that.
For well over a
Ow!
century, the stories people told about
Oh.
vampires were similar to the one you just heard about Peter, and they were manifested out of people's fear of death and disease and the mysteries
Don't
surrounding
tell me I
them.
needed this whole piece to
Vampires
stay
did not exist in
intact.
the romanticized, tall, dark, and handsome form until the 1800s, and there are two stories that deserve credit for rehabilitating the vampire's image.
Oh, don't tell me I needed this piece.
Without a doubt, the two
I
most
don't think
influential
so.
vampire tales ever told are The Vampire,
I
written by
don't think
John
I need this
Polidori in
piece. I'm just gonna
1819,
put it
and the
aside
aforementioned
there.
Bram
But
Stoker's
yeah.
Dracula. Just to be clear, this episode is not the messed up origins of Dracula, so we won't be going over these stories in great detail or
Aww.
talking about how Dracula was allegedly
Okay, so I know
inspired by
this is one of
Vlad
the
the Impaler.
first pieces
Those
I'm gonna
subjects
need,
deserve
so I'm
whole
just gonna put
episodes of
that
their own, but the book's
aside.
contributions to
Okay.
vampire lore have to
And
be
I know
mentioned,
these
because
two, and I
Polidori's
know
The Vampire
these
was the
wheelchair
first time
thingies
ever
is what
that
I'm
a
gonna need.
vampire wasn't a hungry,
So we're gonna put that
revenge-seeking
aside.
corpse. Instead, he's a suave British nobleman named Lord Ruthven who hangs out with aristocrats and preys on members of high society. He's also pure evil, and by the end of the story, he fakes his own death, manipulates the main character Aubrey until he goes insane, then marries, murders, and eats Aubrey's sister. No happily
What
ever
the?
after this time around. Bram Stoker took this version of the vampire, the wealthy aristocrat, and incorporated some more supernatural elements into his original character, Dracula. Like his ability to change form that I mentioned earlier, Stoker took that idea from vampiric creatures in Romanian folklore called strigwa, which can transform into owls, but he chose to make Dracula turn into a bat. Potentially because stories
That's where
about
bats
vampire
come
Dr.
from.
Strigwas were making
Okay,
headlines
I
in the late
gotcha, I gotcha.
1800s. But it's not just transformation. Dracula is actually the progenitor
I am
of
trying
tons
so
of vampire
careful
abilities
to
that are now
like
considered
not
universal.
break this
Superhuman
as
strength
I
and agility,
go along.
hypnosis and telepathy, no reflection and mirrors, immunity to most weapons. He made killing vampires an even bigger pain in the ass than it already was in the days of folklore. Stoker did add a few vulnerabilities and handicaps of his own though. like Dracula had to have the soil of his homeland Transylvania near him in order to rest and recover. He also couldn't enter someone's home unless he was invited in. But because humans were dealing with vampires like Peter Blachojevich for hundreds of years before Dracula was written, many of the Count's weaknesses were pre-established. Before I tell you the proper way to defend yourself from vampires, though, I'll tell you how to protect yourself online with today's sponsor,
Oh
ExpressVPN.
no, not
As you all know, I've
sponsors.
researched some pretty messed up subjects for this show, and I personally don't want to find out what list I'd be included on if word got out that I was Googling nursery rhymes and cannibalism within 10 minutes of each other. But nowadays, our entire lives are recorded and saved on the internet, and not just the content we post on social media. Every single website that you visit is recorded by your internet service provider. And if you live in the United States, like me, your personal data is being sold to advertisers. Legally, might I add. That's why lately I've been using ExpressVPN whenever I go online. Well, I've technically been using them for like 8 years now, but even more so lately. For those unfamiliar, ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers so your provider can't see what sites you visit. And ExpressVPN servers encrypt 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption technology
And then we
available to
got
keep
the.
it secure.
These are
And I
going to
know
be
this
so
may
much
sound a
fun
little
to paint,
complicated,
but
it's
so
really
difficult to
very
paint
simple.
at the
You
same
just
time.
download ExpressVPN like you would any other app, then you press one button to turn it on, and boom, it's working seamlessly in the background to protect you, your data, and your peace of mind. So if you want to join me and protect your online activity with the VPN rated #1 by Business Insider and a
I'm
whole
really
bunch of
trying
other
my
places,
best not to
visit my
break
exclusive
things.
link,
Oh my god.
expressvpn.com/JohnSolo, and you can get 3 bonus months free on a 1-year package. That's expressvpn.com/JohnSolo.
There we go.
So we've all heard the typical vampire weaknesses: garlic, holy objects, steaks, fire. But have you ever wondered why these were their weaknesses?
Okay.
Like why
There we go.
garlic and not cilantro? Why steaks instead of battle axes? Well, it turns out there is some logic behind the specificity of their vulnerabilities.
Okay.
And I just want to
Moving
add,
on
this might
to
be
the
my
second page.
favorite
I
thing
know I'm
learned
gonna
while
need
making
this and
episode,
this. Wait,
because
what
most
else
of
am I
these
gonna need?
weaknesses originated from the very real belief that vampires were dead and buried people who had come back to life. It was decided that in order to stop these dead and buried people from transforming into mist and
Yeah, I'm gonna
escaping
need
from their
that.
graves like Peter Blachojevich did, they
And
had
I'm
to be
gonna need
stabbed through
that.
the heart with a stake and pinned
And I'm
to
gonna
their
need the
coffins.
spider thingy.
Sometimes their
I
mouths were
just
even
don't know
filled
what
with
these things
rocks or
are.
dirt or bricks to stop them from feeding if they did come alive. In some countries, like Russia, the stake had to be made out of aspen wood, because legend said that's what Christ's cross was made of. Holy objects like aspen wood,
Would it be
crucifixes,
these?
and holy water were also good to have in your arsenal, because vampires go against the natural order established by God, making them unholy at best and demonic at worst. But what about the garlic? Well, if you're familiar with miasma theory, this will make instant sense to you, but for the uninitiated, there was a few thousand-year period where humans believed that diseases could be spread and detected through smelling foul odors. Now, obviously,
I don't
germs
think
can
it's
go
that.
airborne and get you sick. We've learned a lot about that since 2020. But germs
I have
don't
to look for
occupy
those
the smell.
thingies
That's
there
why
though.
spraying Febreze
But
on a
I do
pile of
know
dead
I'm gonna
bodies does
need
nothing to
these,
sanitize them.
and I'm gonna
Trust me,
need
they didn't realize that back in the day, though, so people used pungent odors
the
like
spider
garlic
thingy.
to
Okay.
drive away the bad-smelling, germ-filled air.
So
And in
now
this
we're on
specific case,
this
air that was
page.
filled with whatever demonic
Wait,
disease
no.
was causing vampirism. Speaking of causes, we never established how
Now we need
vampires were
that
created.
page.
And I'll
Hold
admit,
on.
that's because I forgot. But that was a really smooth transition, so we're just gonna roll with it.
Now we're gonna need
Depending
this
on the time
page.
period and country you're asking in, vampirism could be caused by
Okay.
a number of things. Being
Ah.
infected by the
Oh my
aforementioned
word.
vampire
Nah.
germs was one of the more popular theories.
Okay,
and
that
thanks
wasn't
to
that bad.
Dracula, that method would ultimately evolve into being bitten or wounded by a
Ooh.
vampire. In Russian folklore, if you practiced witchcraft, committed suicide, or rebelled against the Orthodox Church in any way, you could be cursed to return as a vampire. You also had to
Haha,
treat all of
I
your
did
wounds
it.
with boiling water lest ye become a vampire. I realize it's only a paper cut, but these are the rules, son. My favorite cause came from Slavic and Chinese folklore, though. In those cultures, any
Ooh.
corpse that was jumped over by an animal, most often a dog or cat, could become a vampire. I'll admit, I don't totally get that one, but I think there's a lesson in there about respecting proper burial rites. So now that you know the
Okay.
defenses against and causes of vampirism, you should be safer when traveling through Europe. Well, certain parts of Europe. Just be careful, because there's plenty of other bloodsuckers around the world that you gotta watch out for. You know what? I should probably tell you about a few of them just to be safe.
And there we got
So
this
this is
one.
another section that is filled with subjects that deserve their own episode, and I plan on making several of them down the line. You can basically think of this episode as the start of our vampire series. But there are some truly disgusting and horrifying blood-sucking creatures in other cultures that I want to
There
mention
we go.
today, particularly
Now we
the
got
first
this one.
vampire ever. Her name was
don't think-
Sekhmet, and she was an Egyptian
Ah.
goddess. Now, Sekhmet wasn't like vampires
Okay.
from folklore. She was a lion-headed warrior goddess that served Ra, the all-powerful god of the sun. And one day, Ra sent her to Earth to slaughter any mortals who were conspiring against him. Sekhmet did as she was told, but after getting a little taste of blood, her thirst could not be quenched. Literally, she was drinking the blood of her victims, and she had killed almost all of the mortals in Egypt when Ra had to step in and stop her. To do this, the
Ow.
sun god poured alcohol that he had dyed red into the Nile, turning the whole river red. Then, when Sekhmet came across it, she thought it was blood and started drinking. The
Ah, we got
goddess
the
ended up
spider
drinking
rope
so
thingy.
much
Okay,
that
so
she
we need
passed out,
this.
and when she woke up, she had calmed down enough to return to Ra. From that point onward, though, the goddess would always be associated with her consumption of blood, and her worshippers would actually honor her by dyeing their own alcohol red. To be fair, there are other gods in the Egyptian pantheon that people made blood sacrifices to, like Osiris and Set, but there's no myth or texts mentioning those gods consuming blood like Sekhmet did, which is why we're saying she's the oldest vampire in myth. Now you might be thinking, John, Sekhmet does sound horrifying, but you said there were disgusting blood-sucking creatures. Tell me more about those. Well, to
Yeah.
those people I say, have you heard of the Manananggal? She's a monstrous spirit from the Philippines who detaches her torso from her lower half, sprouts bat wings, then flies to the nearest sleeping pregnant woman she can find so she can scoop out the woman's organs with her long tongue. But if that wasn't gnarly enough for you, then maybe you'll like the Penanggalan from Malaysian folklore. She's similar to the Manananggal in that she detaches her head and organs from her body nightly to go hunting for pregnant women. Something about these pregnant ladies, man. Do you think stem cells had anything to do with them being so tasty? Another voracious vampire is the Sequoiant from Caribbean folklore. She's a reclusive old woman by day, but by night she strips her wrinkled skin off and takes her true form as a fireball. That's right.
Oh,
a
what?
Fireball. And as a fireball, she flies across
Fireball.
the sky in search of a human or animal whose blood she can drink. In China, they have a creature that's actually pretty similar to the vampire called a Yangshi. It's a corpse that's either been resurrected by necromancers or has a soul trapped in its body. The Yangshi hops around and kills living creatures so it can absorb their life force, but you can
There we go.
easily escape them by throwing some rice on the ground. Apparently, they have to count any
Aha.
small objects that are thrown
We
their
got
way.
one.
So
We got one.
that's where
Look,
the
it's
Count
so
from Sesame Street's
cute.
obsession with numbers comes in. Here I thought it was just a pun. Turns out it's a real component of vampire lore.
Oh no, you've eaten the apples. Now I have nothing left to go. Apples so delicious, me sorry.
Okay, in reality, that's probably just a coincidence.
It's
but
a
you gotta
delicious
admit, it makes for a
sorry.
great closing joke. You gonna join me now? Come on. Yeah. Your timing couldn't be better, bud. I could sit here with you for hours talking about vampires, but we gotta wrap it up sometime. Gunther's getting needy. But I do want to hear your thoughts on this episode. Did you know that vampires came from humans' fears of death and disease? Or that vampires existed in other cultures, folklore, and mythology? Let me know in a comment down below or by hitting me up on the socials. Links below for those who need them. Then if you enjoyed this episode, be sure to drain the blood from the like and subscribe buttons because that goes a long way in making the algorithm serve up our show for more eyes and ears. I'll speak with you all again next week with the final episode of our annual Spoopathon where I'll be discussing the truly messed up origins of none other than Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street. Until then, my name is John Solo, and don't forget, John shot first. Or I guess Gunther shot first this time. It's estimated that Americans spent over $20 billion on Valentine's Day last year. $5 billion of that went to jewelry, $2 billion was spent on flowers, another $2 billion on
Damn.
chocolate, and a whopping $0 were spent on sacrifices to the gods. It's no wonder that 47% of the US population is alone on Valentine's Day. People are spending more money getting their dogs Valentine's cards than they are honoring the deities who rule over and influence love and romance. But not me.
Okay, let's go ahead and
Well, I did
continue.
get my dog's Valentine's
Oh, wait.
cards, but I also made the proper sacrifices to the powers that be. And unlike grade school, I actually got some Valentines in my box this year. I don't think it's a coincidence. Should I open it up and see who they're from? All right, let's do
Hmm.
this. I'm
Okay,
so excited.
let's go
You
ahead
sent me stuff. Oh,
and let's try.
bet I know
Oh,
who
we
this
got like
one's
a little
from.
ladder. Isn't it so cute?
Parvati, the Hindu
Okay,
goddess.
so
We haven't talked much, if at all, about Hinduism on this show, so I'll give you a quick rundown of who she is and what she's known for. Parvati is the Hindu goddess of power, nourishment, beauty, motherhood, and love. She's the daughter of the goddess Mainavati and the earth god Himavan, who personifies the Himalayan mountains. Parvati's name can actually be translated to mean she from the mountains, which is no doubt a reference to her ancestry. She's usually depicted as a beautiful woman with dark skin, more than one pair of arms, and sometimes riding a large cat like a lion, which is representative
okay,
of her
while I'm
control
breaking
over
all
the
these
wild
things up,
aspects
I'm
of
just
nature,
gonna
an
put this on
important quality
so
for the goddess
yeah, there you go.
considering who her husband is. For those who don't know, Parvati is married to a god named Shiva, aka the Destroyer, aka the god of destruction. And while his domain doesn't sound like it would mesh well with Parvati's passions of love and creation, he learned a lot from his wife. You see, before they formed their union, Shiva was obsessed with asceticism, the discipline of avoiding self-indulgent behaviors. And he basically lived in isolation, choosing not to get involved in the affairs of the world on account
Oh my
of his
word.
belief that the material
I have
realm
to
was
be so
simply a
careful with this
distraction
one
from
because of the
achieving spiritual
whiskers.
enlightenment. It's a bit of a cynical, dare I say, self-fulfilling perspective because anyone who closes themselves off from the world is bound to remain clueless about all the wonderful things it has to offer. And Parvati had a real difficult
Look
time
at
communicating
look at
this
the
message to
whiskers.
Shiva.
They're so
Her first attempt at
tiny.
showing him
I
the
have to
power
be
of
so
love took
careful
place
with them.
before their marriage. She
Oh, so
arranged for Kama,
tiny.
the Hindu god of desire, erotic love, attraction, and affection, to wake Shiva up from his meditation by shooting him with an arrow of desire, which are
Ooh.
oddly similar to Cupid's golden arrows of desire. But instead of Shiva suddenly being filled with love and appreciation, he simply opened up his third eye and burned Kama into ashes. Brutal. Nevertheless, Parvati continued to pursue Shiva. She began living in the woods like him, doing yoga like him, and meditating like him until finally she caught his interest and he agreed to marry her. And then it wasn't long before the two gods had built a whole new life together. They shared a home, their routines, and even had 3 children. Ganesha, the elephant-headed remover of obstacles, Kartikeya, the god of war, and a daughter named Ashoka Sundari. They also shared their domains. Shiva
Animal
was a
cookies.
primordial god who possessed the raw
No, they're
power
not
of
animal
destruction,
cookies.
but
Okay,
when
this
that
is
destructive energy was nourished with Parvati's love and devotion, it gave her the power to create, and she provided the materials that allowed human civilization to progress.
oh my
But
word.
despite all the improvements Parvati made
How
to
am I
Shiva's
gonna
life
break
and
these
the world
out
around
though?
them,
These
he
are like
continued to
really,
dismiss the
really tough.
importance of the material world, which got on Parvati's nerves after a while. So she
That
decided,
that
if
that
no
kind
one's
of
going to
hurts a
appreciate what I
little.
bring to the
Hey
table,
Freya,
I
how you
guess they don't
doing?
need me.
You
And
doing
then
well?
she vanished. Without Parvati around to provide food and nourishment, things fell apart pretty quickly. There
Okay,
was a
I'll be right
worldwide
back. I'm
famine,
just gonna
whilst
get
countless
like
people would suffer and starve, including
X-Acto
Shiva, who
knife
was
just
powerless to
to
create anything
try and
without
help
his
with
wife's help.
these.
Rumors had spread that there was only one kitchen left in the world that still gave out food, so the starving Shiva traveled to it, only to find that it was managed by his wife, who was living under a new identity. She was now Annapurna, the goddess of food, and because of her blessings, the world began to bloom once more. Forever humbled and finally seeing the error of his ways, Shiva got down on his knees and begged Annapurna for forgiveness, which she gave him. And from then on, humans and gods alike had newfound respect for what the material world and Parvati provided. A pretty cute love story if I say so myself, and it goes to show you that when it comes to relationships, both parties need to contribute and be appreciated for their contributions. I want to open up my next Valentine now, but before I do, I should say thanks to this week's sponsor, answer, Mint Mobile. If saving more and spending less is one of your top goals for 2023, then one of the first changes you should make is switching your phone plan to Mint Mobile. Not only is it super easy because Mint Mobile is the first company ever to sell premium wireless service online exclusively, but their phone plans start at an incredibly reasonable $15 a month, and they all include unlimited talk and text and high-speed data delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. They even let you use the same phone from your previous carrier. All you've got to do is activate the Mint Mobile eSIM and you'll be good to go in minutes. I personally made the switch back in December, and I've got to say, I'm impressed with the quality of service. I figured it would be fine, but no way it would be better than the major carrier I stuck with all these years, right? Turns out I was wrong. Over the past 2 months, I've hit approximately
I'm back.
0 dead spots. That's despite traveling to different states, awful weather conditions, and my phone being a few years past its expiration date. I truly cannot recommend Mint Mobile enough. So if you want to start a
So
new
I got my
wireless
knife.
plan
I'm
for
gonna
just $15
see
a
if
month and get your plan shipped
this
to your
knife
door
works.
free, either click the link in the description
So-
or go to mintmobile.com/solo. That's mintmobile.com/solo. Hey, this card has those Matryoshka dolls on it. I'm thinking it's got to be a Slavic goddess then. Yep, this is from Lada. She presided over
Okay.
love and fertility, oversaw the seasonal harvests, and was a protector of lovers and families. In art, Lada was portrayed with the ideal feminine qualities of the mid-1400s babe, which is around the time that our earliest written records of her can be traced back to. She was voluptuous, had light skin, long golden
Okay,
hair
let's
that
see
was
if that
braided into
helps
a
a little
wreath around
bit.
her head, and was often shown tending to a child or in the presence of children. Lada is comparable to Freya from Norse mythology or Aphrodite from Greek mythology, but what makes her unique is that she's what's called a phantom goddess, meaning that experts aren't 100% sure that she existed. You see, the previously mentioned 1400s reference to Lada was actually found in Poland, contained in an anti-pagan sermon where some nerd says that only Jesus can save your soul. The direct quote reads, "For a man is not saved in the name of Lado, Jasa, Kia, Nia, but in the name of Jesus Christ. Not Lada, not Jasa, not Nia, which are the names of idols worshipped here in Poland, as some chronicles of Poles testify." I'm sorry for those painful pronunciations. I'll be honest though, quotes like this annoy the piss out of me. Anyone who puts their own religion or ideology
Hey,
above someone else's is a
it's not a
douchebag,
cult.
no exceptions. But the funny thing about this situation is that this particular douchebag may have been freaking out over nothing. Because prior to his sermon, there is no record of Lada being worshipped in Poland, Russia, Croatia, Ukraine, or any of the Slavic cultures. Now that's not exactly uncommon with pagan religions, as many relied on oral
Okay, I
tradition
got
and
it.
didn't write a whole lot
Got it.
down,
It
but
helped
there
a
were also
little.
no statues, murals, or
There we
even
go.
stories about Lada that
So
experts
there we go. We
point
got
to
it.
as definitive proof of her existence and worship. So where did that priest and his fellow freaks get the idea that Lada was a threat to
Hey,
the sanctity of their souls? It turns out sing-alongs might be the culprit. The name or term Lada appears in songs about spring, summer, and weddings, and there's no evidence that the name is connected to any goddess. In a book called Slavic Gods and Heroes, historians Judith Kalik and Alexander Yucatel
there we
argue
go.
that the
So we
name
need
Lada
all of
actually
these.
derives from a completely meaningless refrain,
Eeh,
Lado Lada, that appears in Slavic
I'm
songs
so
and was
scared of breaking
transformed
these
into a
tiny
scent of God.
pieces.
To put it another way, it'd be like if aliens came to Earth and listened to
Please
All
don't
the Small
break.
Things by Blink-182 and thought na 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 was one of our goddesses. There's literally nothing in the
No.
song to indicate
No,
that
no,
line is about
no.
anyone or
See, that's
anything,
what I was
but someone
afraid
looking to
of.
force a connection might say, well, he does mention her leaving roses by the stairs, so
Okay,
na na na
wait,
na
wait.
na
I
na
know. I
na
think
na
I know how
might
to
be a
fix
nature
this.
goddess.
Just
That's
hold
why
on.
she starts
Just
with
hold on.
na, nature. And what's frustrating to researchers is that it's totally possible that the Christian who gave that sermon was completely misinformed. And for all we know, he might have been immediately called out about his inaccuracies by the pagans listening to him give his spiel. But since the only record we have of the event is his sermon, we'll never know for certain. Unless you consider this Valentine
Yeah, and
I
I've got
as
some wood
definitive
glue.
proof that she exists. Which I do. So, thanks, Lada.
So
On
I'm
to
gonna
our
use
next
some.
Venus, though.
I'm gonna use some wood glue.
This card's got Cupid on it. Who wants to bet that it's from Aphrodite? Or should I say Venus? Hey, I was right, but I've done a whole episode on Aphrodite. And Cupid for that matter. So If you want to learn about those
Okay.
two, go check them out. Yes, I'm losing my voice. Be sure to let me know how weird it sounds in the comments down below. There's one final card in here, though.
Okay.
And it looks to be an Egyptian deity. But which one? There's so many associated with Horus. This is from Hathor. Always a proud mother consort she was. So Hathor is one of the most important goddesses in the whole Egyptian pantheon. In fact, all of the Egyptian goddesses are said to be derived from her. So at some point, we'll do a whole episode dedicated to her where we cover her mythology in its entirety. In the meantime, you can consider this episode a crash course on Hathor, whose domain spread far and wide. She was associated with the sun, the moon, agriculture, joy, music, and dance, as well
Oh
as
wait,
love,
it's the wrong way
beauty,
around.
pleasure, fertility, motherhood,
Oh
and
my
the
word.
health of all women. Her physical portrayals were just as diverse as her domains. She could take the form of a goose, a lioness, a cobra, a greenish mineral
Why does
called
that just sound
malachite,
like the
which
female
Egyptians
version of
used to pick up,
Zeus?
and even a sycamore tree. But without a doubt, the animal she embodied the most was the cow. There's quite a
Of
bit of ancient
course.
art that shows her as a pure white cow with the sun between her horns, nursing a pharaoh or one of the other gods. And even when she's in her human form, she retains her cow horns and ears.
Okay.
For those who don't know, the ancient Egyptians were one of the many cultures that considered cows highly sacred. Since they're able to create milk that nourishes not only their own young, but humans as well, they were heavily associated with motherhood and nourishment, as was Hathor. As a protector of women, the goddess provided aid during childbirth, but also took care of those whose lives had
I'm
come
just
to an
pressing
end.
this
She
down
received
so
people
it
to live
doesn't
the
come
next life
loose
when they
again.
died, gave
Okay,
them
I'm just
food
gonna
and
put that
water,
to
and
one
prepared
side so it
them
can
for a journey
dry.
to the afterworld. In other
Oh
words,
my
she
word,
was
that
a
was
really nice
stressful.
lady, and pretty much
Okay, you know what
everyone
I'm gonna
loved
do?
her.
I'm
She
just
had
gonna
cults
use.
all over
I
Egypt
will
that
try
were
and
run
find
by
my
both
exacto
men
knife,
and
but
women,
for
as
now, this
well
is
as
the
the
best I
Egyptian
can
court. So it might
hope
blow
for.
your mind to learn that for a short time, she was the Godzilla of ancient Egypt. Let me
Oh.
explain. Way back in the day, Ra was convinced that humanity was ungrateful, evil, and conspiring against him. So he sent the lion-headed warrior goddess Sekhmet to devour anyone she considered to be his enemy. Only after Sekhmet got her first taste of blood, she could not be quenched. Driven insane from bloodlust, she started slaughtering mankind indiscriminately. She demolished homes, crushed cities. She was basically the Egyptian Godzilla, and
Ta-da!
Ra thought it was pretty
I
badass at
did
first.
it!
But when he realized that Sekhmet was going to destroy all of humanity if she wasn't stopped, he hatched a plan with Tenenet, the Egyptian goddess of beer. He told Tenenet to brew a really strong batch of beer, dye it red, and pour it into the Nile River. Then, when Sekhmet, who was still craving blood, came across it, she just started chugging and chugging until she got so drunk that she forgot all about her mission to punish mankind. She decided to take a nap right there on the shoreline. Then Ra had her brought back to him, and when she woke up, she'd return to being her benign and beautiful self, Hathor. Some of you might remember that story from the very messed up origins of vampires, because technically Sekhmet could be considered the first vampiric figure in all of mythology. But now you know, that was just a phase, man, and in reality she had an endless amount of love for not just her fellow gods, but us humans too. It looks like my Valentine's box is officially empty though, and it's kind of hurtful there was nothing in here from Gunther and Penny. Or my wife. I gotta go and have a family meeting about this, but if you learned something from this episode, I would really appreciate you dropping a like. And if you want more mythology and folklore sent to your sub box every Thursday, go ahead and subscribe. And check out our podcast while you're at it. All of our Thursday content gets posted on podcast platforms early Friday morning, so it's a great backup for when YouTube doesn't want to work, which is most of the time nowadays. Thanks for watching, everybody. Here's hoping your Valentine's Day isn't too lonely or expensive. I'll see you again next Thursday. My name is
Just need
John
to be
Solo, and don't forget,
John
John
shot
first.
first. Okay. Just like takes a little bit of pressure and wiggling to get these out. Ah, did it. Oh my word. These are so tiny. Look how tiny that is. Look how tiny. There we go.
Gods of the the dead have always gotten an unfair shake of things. Hades
A
literally
needle?
pulled the short straw and has been portrayed as a villain
We
in
do
all
have
three great
needles. Okay, let
stories
me
we
find a
mentioned.
needle. Let me
Ever
put this away
since
then.
Hel was abducted from her own home by the Aesir, locked away in the underworld, and charged with the responsibility of maintaining it. But the chthonic god who I think has been treated the worst of all is the Egyptian lord of the underworld, Osiris. Don't get me wrong, he was highly respected by the Egyptians and had cults all over the damn place, but the pain and trauma that he endured at the hands of his jealous brother Set make Courtney and Kim's feud seem like petty reality TV drama. Before we dive into Osiris' story, though, and discuss his birth, life, death, rebirth, and death again, I think it's important to explain where we're getting our information about him, because we have a limited number of trustworthy sources for Egyptian mythology. Like with a lot of other ancient cultures, this is partially because of ancient Egyptian society's reliance on oral storytelling. The majority of Egyptians were illiterate and believed the written word could change physical reality, so they preferred sharing stories out loud. As a result, the hymns and myths that archaeologists have uncovered don't have the same lavish details as many of the Greek writings that I've discussed on this show. They're basically the Cliff Notes, and because the Egyptians didn't have one definitive version of any myth, the person telling it could put their own creative spin on it. Now, it turns out the vast majority of information we have on Osiris doesn't even come from Egypt. We have been able to infer some details from the pyramid texts and Shabaka stone, which were written in hieroglyphs, but the only extensive contemporary descriptions of Egyptian culture were written by Greek and Roman writers. The Greek author Plutarch's essay on Osiris and his wife Isis is our
Thank you,
primary
Freya.
resource today because it's the most cohesive. But apparently he's included some details that are nowhere to be found in the few Egyptian sources we have. So I'll do my best to explain both without making it too confusing or contradictory. Now, first things first, we're going to play a little game called Who is That God and What Does He Do? Osiris was the name of Egypt's supreme god of the dead. I say supreme because he wasn't the only chthonic deity. Anubis, Wepwawet, and Nephthys also served a function in the underworld, but we'll talk about them in the future. Osiris was known as the king of the dead and the judge of the underworld. He was also considered a god of resurrection and renewal, so the Egyptians associated him with the Nile's yearly flood cycle that allowed their crops and vegetation to flourish. His domains also had a major influence over his depictions in art. He was usually shown with a pharaoh's beard, green skin, which symbolized rebirth, legs that were partially mummy-wrapped, wearing a crown, and holding a crook and flail, the tools of the shepherd. Osiris is part of the fourth generation of Egyptian gods. He was the firstborn son of the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut, and his four siblings were born on the consequent days. On the second day, Arueris was born, who was associated with art, music, and poetry. On the third day came Set, a chaotic god who didn't wait to be born naturally and instead clawed his way out of his mother's stomach. On the fourth day,
Ew.
Isis was born, the goddess, not the terrorist organization, and on the fifth day, Nephthys arrived. Osiris and his sister
Ta-da!
Isis fell in love pretty much immediately after they were born.
No,
Actually, there's one tradition
no.
where they didn't even wait to be born to consummate
Oh
their
my word, that was
relationship. In
stressful.
other words, they banged while they were still in the womb. And some say their brother Arueris was actually another name for Horus, the son they would have later on. But more
Pardon
on that
me.
next section. In some tellings, Osiris also had a
Oh,
son with his sister Nephthys.
that was
The story
stressful.
goes that he
I'm not gonna
conceived
lie,
her
that
with
was so
Isis.
stressful.
And if you look at these comparisons of them, it's easy to see why. They're virtually identical outside of their hats. Nephthys has a house and basket on her head, while Isis has what appears to be a Hoover vacuum. Anyway, Osiris and Nephthys' child was a dog named Anubis, and he presided over the mummification ritual, he protected grave sites, and he guided souls to the underworld. He was a very good boy. So while the Egyptians believed Osiris was the king of the dead, he
Wow.
wasn't given that title or domain right out of the womb. According to Plutarch, Osiris was born to be a king of Egypt, and while he was king, he civilized humankind by teaching us how to cultivate land and grow crops, how to properly conduct ourselves so we can function together in a society, and how to honor the gods. These gifts he bestowed us are one of the several reasons he was seen as a god of vegetation first. His association with the underworld didn't come along for a few dynasties, which is probably why he went on an adventure or two before taking it over. You see, after establishing his kingdom, Osiris Osiris
Oh,
went on to travel all over the
I broke a
world,
nail,
using his
chat.
natural charisma to
I
make
broke
friends with
a
every culture and
nail.
creed he came
I
across.
broke a
Greek
nail.
mythology buffs might recall a certain
Lol.
god named Dionysus going on a similar mission, making that three Greek gods who Osiris has some overlap with. The other two are Zeus and Hades, not just because of their unspoken sibling rivalry, but they were the kings of the overworld and underworld respectively, just like Osiris. Only his journey to the chthonic crown was a bit more painful than Hades. Before we dive into that story though, I want to shout out our friends at Squarespace who are kindly sponsoring this episode. If you're launching a new business, starting a new hobby, or want a dedicated space to
There we
share
go.
your passion with the
I did
world,
it.
Squarespace has you
Okay.
covered. They make the
No.
process so easy and approachable from step one with their huge library of award-winning templates, intuitive design tools, and the fact that you don't ever have to download any software or patches. You can also embed videos, create VIP members-only areas to sell access to, and one of my favorite things Squarespace does is give you access to analytics that show you how much traffic you have, where it's coming from, and what people are doing while they're on your site. And that info goes a long way when growing your business. What I love and appreciate most about Squarespace, though, is that I can trust them. They know how important it is for your website to function properly, so their award-winning customer support team is available 24/7 to get your issues resolved right away. So if you want to join me and the thousands in our community who've benefited from using Squarespace, go to squarespace.com/JohnSolo to try them out completely free. And when your site is ready for launch, use code JohnSolo to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain.
Ooh,
So the
creepy.
story of Osiris's death was one of the most popular stories in the ancient Egyptian world, and as a result, there were several versions of it. But the one thing they all have in common is that Osiris is murdered by his brother Set. Most versions don't give us a motive as to why, so some may assume that Set was jealous over Osiris being in charge. But the pyramid texts tell us that Set wanted revenge after Osiris hooked up with their sister Nephthys. Apparently Set had called dibs, and I guess that looking for love outside of the family is not an option when you're an Egyptian god. There's a number of ways the murder goes down too. In some tellings, Set takes the form of a crocodile or bull and tears Osiris's body to pieces. In another, Osiris is
Ew.
drowned somehow, but Plutarch's version has got to be the most brutal. In that one, Set organizes a group of 72 conspirators, and they have a sarcophagus made custom to fit the exact measurements of Osiris's body. Then, during a party, Set had the beautiful coffin brought in and said that he would give it to whichever one of his guests fit it best. And now that I think about it, would a coffin that fits perfectly be the goth equivalent of Cinderella's glass slipper? Could someone
Why
respond and
would
let me
you
know? Well, as
Oh my
previously
word.
mentioned, the
Why would
coffin had been
you
designed specifically for
participate in something like
Osiris, and
that?
so the moment he lay down in it, Set slammed the lid shut and sealed it with molten lead. Then he threw the box in the river and it was carried out to sea. As soon as Isis gets word of her husband's death, she cuts her hair, puts on mourning clothes, and starts wandering through the land asking anyone and everyone if they've seen her husband's body, which is reminiscent of Demeter's search for Persephone as well as Freya's search for Odin. And while she's gone, Set takes over the throne of Egypt. I'm happy to report that she does eventually find Osiris's body. Depending on who you ask, her sister Nephthys and nephew Anubis may have helped her track it down, or she asked a group of children and they pointed her in the right direction. Either way, she learned the sarcophagus had washed ashore in the land of Byblos and it was able to stay hidden because either a tree or a clump of heather had grown around it. But the drama isn't over. For some reason, after Isis finds her husband's body, she conceals it in a thicket of reeds by the water. I'm guessing because she wasn't prepared to resurrect it yet. And while she left it unattended, Set came across it, chopped it into pieces, and scattered those pieces throughout Egypt. The exact number of pieces depends on your source. Plutarch says 14, but others have counted up to 42. Isis does manage to find and bury the majority of them, but there was one very important piece missing: his penis. She couldn't find her husband's penis. Legend says that Set had thrown it in the sea and some fish ate it. No, I'm not kidding. And Plutarch says it's because of this that the Egyptians didn't eat the lepidotus, sea bream, or pikefish. At least that's the mythological explanation for abstaining. In reality, those fish caused hallucinations when eaten, laid toxic eggs, and were known for attacking people. But I guess those reasons weren't convincing enough to not eat them, so someone tacked on, they also eat dick, and everybody backed off. The good news is, Isis was able to make a replacement. I guess she had his measurements memorized. Then after his proxy penis was
Oh
buried,
my, that's so
Osiris
funny.
became fully formed
Oh,
and
that's one
around
way
the
to get
afterlife.
somebody to
At
not
least
do
that's what the
something
tales
dangerous or
run. Other variants
stupid.
state that Isis sewed Osiris's body back together, and after being resurrected using powerful magic, he told her that since he had died, he needed to return to the land of the dead and become king there. As you can imagine, Isis was pretty bummed out about that, especially after taking all that time to build him into
Okay,
trouser snake. But he
there we
told her
go.
not to worry. She'd soon be giving birth to
Whew.
a son who would dethrone Set and restore order to Egypt. That son's name was Horus, and the timeline for his birth is just as confusing as the timeline for his dad's death. Sometimes Osiris impregnated Isis before he got killed, and sometimes it happened during that brief window of time where he was brought to the land of the living. We'll talk more about that when we do a deep dive into Horus's mythology, but all you have to know is that Osiris was right. Horus and Set would have a number of epic battles, a pretty unsettling love affair, and a boat race, and in the end, Horus would be called the victor. So while he sat on the throne of Egypt, his father Osiris sat on the throne of the dead, and the ancient Egyptians had some thoughts about that. It probably won't surprise you to hear that Osiris was an extremely popular god, not just in terms of being well known, but really loved and respected by his people, despite his domain being such an uncomfortable one for humans to think about. Those who've seen my episode on the messed up origins of Hades might remember that the Greeks gave Hades nicknames so they could avoid saying his real name and attracting his attention. And when they made sacrifices to him, they would actually turn their faces away to avoid being personally identified. Even though they respected him, people just didn't want to be on too friendly of terms with the god of the dead. While the Egyptians had a slightly different approach. Plutarch does say that sacrifices to Osiris were gloomy, solemn, and mournful,
Okay.
but remember that in
Now
addition to
for the
presiding
last
over the
piece. Oh
dead,
my word.
Osiris also bestowed life with the annual flooding of the Nile that allowed the Egyptians to grow a new season of crops. Crops that the myths say he taught them how to grow. In the beginning, Osiris gave mankind the knowledge to live their lives properly and then reunited with them after their lives had ended. And kings in particular were believed to become one with Osiris after they died, while their successor would be the embodiment of his son Horus. When it comes to the
Why does this
ceremonies
look like
honoring
a
Osiris, they were
turny
held
thingy for
annually in
toys? You
various
know, like you
places
just
throughout
crank it
Egypt.
up. Like,
But the city of Abydos was his
why
biggest
does
center of
this look
worship,
like it
likely
belongs on
because
a
one
winding
version of the
toy?
myth stated Osiris's body washed up on its shores. But you could go to just about any city and find a monument that its citizens claimed was the tomb of Osiris. Supposedly, these tombs each contained a piece of the god that Set had chopped off and thrown across the land. Back to Abydos, every year for 1500 years, the city came together to watch a theater reenactment of
Eeh.
Osiris's death and resurrection. This took place at the end of every
Okay,
flood
come
season,
on, come on, come
so
on.
the
There we
theme
go.
grew, and it lasted
We did
5
it.
days, with each day showing a different part of his story. And at the end of the play, there would be a funeral procession from the center of the city to Osiris's tomb. But the Egyptians weren't exclusively about the arts. They also appreciated their crafts. Another central figure of the festivals honoring Osiris was the
There we go.
construction of Osiris gardens. These were gardens that were placed in a mold that was shaped like Osiris. It was filled with dirt, grain, and water from the Nile, and the grain that sprouted from it symbolized Osiris's resurrection. Ceremonies and traditions like these were not only to show Osiris respect, but also to stay on his good side. There were even some real wealthy folks who had houses constructed along the funeral procession's route in the hopes that that would make them closer with the god.
There
Now,
we
the
go, there we go,
Egyptians'
there we go.
idea of the afterlife evolved over
Oh, we
time,
did it.
but I'll admit that I
We
haven't
did
done
it.
enough research to feel
Okay.
comfortable explaining it to you just yet, because I'm probably just going to end up blending things from different dynasties together. What I do know, though, is that when the dead person's soul passed their initial stages of judgment, whether that be at the
Whew.
discretion of the 42 judges or the ethereal scale, where their heart was weighed against the feather of the goddess of truth, Osiris and Isis would joyously welcome them into their kingdom. If they failed their tests, their heart would be eaten by the goddess
Okay, so I'm
Anubis,
just like
which,
trying to
get
take off
this,
this piece
caused
here
their
at the
complete
end.
annihilation into a state of non-being. I don't even know what
What?
that means. So when you take that into account, it makes even more sense that the Egyptians worshipped Osiris so hard. Their options for the afterlife were blissful immortality with the possibility of rebirth and being obliterated into nothingness. I wonder which camp he would place you in for wearing those god-awful Osiris sneakers, which from the looks of it have gotten even uglier since I was in high school. I'm thinking eternal damnation, but what about you? Let me know in a comment or by hitting up Messed Up Origins on Twitter or Instagram.
Wow.
Also, be sure to comment your thoughts on Osiris's mythology and which Egyptian god you want us to cover next. This is it, everybody, the official start of Egyptian Mythology Explained. If you enjoyed it and want to see more, make sure you sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons to the algorithm gods. Then follow Messed Up Origins on your favorite podcast platform so you never have to worry about missing an episode. I'll see you all again next week. Until then,
There we
my
go.
name is John Solo, and don't forget,
John
shot
shot first. I wonder where he got his catchphrase from. Ta-da! Okay, those are very, very tiny. Now we just need to get this big piece out, which shouldn't be that difficult. There we go.
Have you ever noticed how common it is for religions and mythologies to have big scary monsters lurking around their land of the dead? Sometimes the big scary monsters are good boys like
So we got this.
Cerberus, who only devours potential escapees, or Norse mythology's Garn, who the Poetic Edda literally describes as the goodest of all boys. But not all cultures gave their hellhounds such charming qualities, or even made them hounds. The Egyptians, for example, didn't go with the good dog approach.
That was stressful. That was stressful. I need to breathe.
Instead, the chthonic creature that impatiently waited to use their souls as chew toys was Ammit, the goddess of divine retribution. With the head of a crocodile, the forebody of a lion, and hind legs of a hippopotamus, her physical form represented the three most
So what I'm gonna do is,
known to Egyptian society and the biggest predators of humans.
okay, I'm gonna put that on pause, and now we're gonna scroll down. I think. Oh, that's the cheese stuff, and it's these things. Okay, so let's go ahead and pop these out. Okay, I'm popping these out, and then I'm gonna work with this first. Okay, so I'm guessing this goes here like that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so if I put it in front of me like that, and this has to go in facing that way, then you've got, that's part of the chair. Then you got these cheese stick thingies. Okay. These are all the same. So you got this one. That doesn't seem right. Oh, this has to go this way. Okay, that makes more sense. Then this goes in here. And then we got the cheese one. And then we got one of these. We got another one of these. And then we got another cheese one. And then we got one of these. And we got an extra cheese one. So we got an extra cheese. Yay! Yes, of course, everything's gonna be painted. Okay, so I'm just gonna put this aside because that might go somewhere else. Now we've got, I think these are the rocking chairs. Okay, so let's go ahead. Actually, let's do it this way. Yeah. Okay, and then we've got this. Okay, then we got, wait, let me see if you guys can actually see on screen what I'm doing. Okay, so now that I've got this done, so obviously I'm gonna have to paint this and this before, obviously I'm gonna have to paint these pieces before I do any gluing, but I'm just gonna test this out and see how everything fits before I do any painting. So I know that is all fine and dandy. I should most probably close my glue so it doesn't dry out. Okay, then we got this chair, and then this is the bottom part of the chair. I wish I had varnish to like really make the chair really pop, like give it that wooden texture. I don't think that's the right one. Let's try this one. There we go. Okay. Then we've got this. That feels a bit too loose. There we go. And then we gotta put this in. Oh my god, I did it! Okay, so this is the chair. Okay, you really need to. Okay, so now we're gonna do this chair over here. Not really, because there is no video instructions for this time. So, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for me to see which piece is which, to actually, put together and build and stuff like that. So I'm doing the building first before I do the painting. And then once I'm done the painting, then I'll glue everything together. And then look at the chairs, they're all so cute. Oh my word, these chairs are adorable. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is gonna need a little sanding just so it can stand. So I'm gonna have to sand first before I paint. But yeah, so the first one, okay, that was actually quite easy. I'm gonna put that cheese piece there. And I'm gonna keep these little things aside just in case I need them to like put stuff together or anything like that. So I'm gonna keep this and I'm gonna see what's next. Okay. Um, this one's a little more complicated. Let's go ahead, take these tiny pieces out. And the only reason why I know this is a piece because it's got a number on it. So, and I'm not throwing anything away until I'm done building everything. Just like that one's got a number on it. So I know the number's a bit tiny, but yeah. So I'm just taking all these tiny pieces out just so I can get the pieces out that I need. Because I'm gonna do this for all of them and I'm just gonna keep them in their little sections. I think this is supposed to be a bed, but anyway. So we got this piece that we're gonna need, and then after that, oh, we got these two pieces. Okay, we got those two pieces. They are very tiny though. And then there's that corner, these corner pieces. Oh wait, I think I know where they are. Um, here, there's the corner pieces. And then I think it's this piece that we're gonna need. These two pieces and then that piece there. Okay, so I think that's what we're gonna need. And we've got the little fire thingy. So here is the fire thingy. So we've got that as well. Do I need anything else? No, that's all I need. I don't think I'm gonna need this square piece here. So let's go ahead and just put everything back. I don't think I'm gonna need this piece here because it's not showing that piece. And I think I can break this piece off. There we go. Okay, so these are the pieces that we're gonna need for the next one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put these pieces down here. Okay, I think I can only prepare two pieces at the time just because I'm already starting to run out of space. So let's go ahead and just prepare two panels at a time because how many more panels are there? We got this one. 5. Huh. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. Okay, okay, okay. I see where this is going. Oh, wow. Okay, so we're gonna do two at a time instead of trying to do everything all at once. So let's go ahead, but I just want to see what this piece is for. Oh, this is the lounge with the fireplace. That's the bedroom. Okay, cool. So I know what is what. Okay, that's cool. Is the spider web like at the back or in the front? Just want to see. Oh, it's in the front. Okay. Okay, so that's in the right direction. Okay, cool, 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 cool. I'm just double checking. I'm just making sure because I don't. Oh, it's here at the okay, I see, I see. Okay. Okay. I'm actually like this is a lot easier than I thought it would be. I honestly thought this would be a lot more difficult to do. But yeah, so I'm just gonna put these pieces together and then we can start painting this. And then once all this is painted, dried and glued together, then we can move on to the next panel. Because I think after these two panels, I'm just gonna do one at a time because there is a lot of pieces. Ah, don't want to drop anything. Don't want to drop anything. Okay, so let's go ahead and break those pieces out. Habits. Okay, we got that piece. Okay, so while I'm busy with this, we can continue with messed up origins. I actually like
Now, while
listening to
Amet may have
messed
been
up
a combination of the
origins.
three
Ooh,
monsters that Egyptians were most likely to be killed and eaten by, she did share one very important quality with furry friends around the world. She loved a good treat, and the role that she played in the afterlife meant that she
trick or
got a
treats.
lot of them, at least for a while. You see, the
Okay.
Egyptians had some very specific beliefs when it came to their afterlife. Those beliefs did change and evolve over the course of the kingdom's nearly 3,000-year existence, but as soon as the underworld was opened up to people other than pharaohs, they created a strict process to make sure it didn't get overcrowded. In order for your soul to leave the mortal plane and be welcomed over to the duat, which is what they called the underworld, you had to pass through the Hall of Truth and allow your heart to be judged. You see, the Egyptians believed that the heart, not the brain, was the source of human wisdom, emotions, memory, the soul, and the personality, and so its quality was weighed against the feather of justice, which came from Mat, the goddess of truth. Most of the time, the god doing the weighing was Anubis, the guardian of the scales and guide of the dead. But depending on the individual who was buried, they may have run into a number of other gods. One being's presence was always guaranteed, though, Amet, who impatiently waited for the results of the judgment. The individual passing the test was the worst-case scenario for Amet. That meant their heart would be returned to them, and they would go on to meet up with King Osiris and enjoy a blissful existence in the field of reeds. No, Amet wanted them to fail, because when they failed, she got to eat their heart, which was apparently delicious. As you might expect, though, the Egyptians wanted to avoid this fate at all costs because it sent their soul down a number of different paths, and none of them were fun. Depending on the dynasty you lived during, you might have believed that Amet eating your heart meant the complete destruction of your soul and sent your consciousness into a state of non-being, which sounds so horrible my brain can't even comprehend it. Another possibility is that your soul would be restless forever, which also sounds like it'd be pretty shitty. But I think the worst one might be the classic Lake of Fire, a location found in many a mythos where one's soul is abandoned and burned for eternity. What makes the Egyptian lake more unique, though, is that it was guarded by baboons. Baboons that would rip your face off if you didn't know the magic
Ew.
words. So after hearing that, I wouldn't blame you at all for wanting to know what exactly is required to
Okay,
pass this
so
fabled test,
we
just in case
need.
the Egyptians were right and your heart's at risk of being devoured by a crocopotamus. Well, it's actually not that difficult. You just gotta follow some
So
instructions, which can also
this.
be said of our sponsor, HelloFresh. You've probably heard of HelloFresh before. They send farm-fresh,
Yes.
pre-portioned ingredients and delicious seasonal recipes directly to your doorstep. I finally decided to give them a try this new year because I've been looking for ways to optimize my life, and I knew that
There
cutting
we go.
down the
Okay.
cost and time commitment of dinner
And
would be
then
huge. Dinner is
this.
also a very important meal. It's an opportunity to take in vital nutrients and spend time with your loved ones. So that's
And
where
there we got
HelloFresh saved the
our
day. Instead of
table.
resorting to expensive takeout or cheap, greasy fast food, I get to choose from 35 weekly recipes that are tailored to my goals. And what's really cool is they let you swap out certain sides and proteins. HelloFresh is also an excellent way to try new foods and recipes. So far, my favorite is still the firecracker meatballs, but I recently fell in love with their unfried chicken, and I'm making a point to include that in all my weekly orders going forward. With HelloFresh, you're
Wait.
saving time spent at the grocery store, time spent having a discussion about what to have for dinner, and the ingredients travel from the farm to your home in less than 7 days, so you know they're fresh. So to those who want to have a healthier, more affordable, and less stressful dinner time experience, go to hellofresh.com/solo60.
No.
Code SOLO60 for
It
60%
doesn't look like
off
I
and
broke
free
anything
shipping.
from
That's
here.
code SOLO60 for 60% off and free shipping. Now, contrary to popular belief, it was not required for an individual to have lived a perfectly honorable
Oh, grabbed the
and
wrong
pious
one.
life for the
That's
scales
why.
of justice to give
Jeez,
them
my
a pass.
heart.
I just finished watching Marvel's Moon Knight, and spoiler alert, they made it seem like committing evil at any point in your life meant that you were unbalanced. But in reality, the Egyptian afterlife was the metaphysical equivalent of C's get degrees. You didn't have to be amazing to get in the field of reeds. You just had to be medium or better. And there were even some cheat codes you could use so the scales looked at you more favorably.
Don't do
For
that to
example,
me.
while your heart was being weighed, you were were expected to give a negative confession where you listed off all the evil things you didn't do with your life. Or you would deny accusations of evil coming from the 42 gods watching over your ceremony. It depended on the time period. The catch was that your heart had the ability to make confessions of its own, and it was very possible it could betray you. So to stop that from happening, an amulet or engraved stone known as a heart scarab would have been placed inside your coffin. The heart scarab was a measly homework pass in comparison to the Book of the Dead.
Okay, so
Being buried
now
with that thing was like being given a get-out-of-jail-free card. I'm all about the analogies today. The Book of the Dead was
we
a
hear
collection
this.
of
We hear
texts
this.
that contained a number of magic spells that were intended to
Wait.
aid the dead person's journey through the underworld.
Smaller
Basically,
one
a
goes-
duet survival guide. There was no definitive version of it, but our best preserved copy is no doubt the
Yeah?
Papyrus of Ani, which shows a number of scenes from the afterlife. There's the heart-weighing ceremony, Ani and his wife coming across Osiris's many gates and portals on their way to the Field of Reeds, and an example of what life was like after reaching the Field of Reeds. Looks like a lot of the same old thing. You could see Ani tending to his fields, guiding his animals, and worshipping the gods just like he would have done here on the mortal plane.
I wonder
Though
what
can
that's
tell you who
for.
wasn't a fan of these cheat codes, Amit. For every Book of the Dead someone was buried with, that was one less delicious heart for her to snack on. And you can bet that every person who died wanted every preventative measure that could be taken to avoid that fate to be taken. In a way, Amit's existence, along with the other trials of the afterlife, emphasizes the importance of proper burial customs. If someone that you cared about had died and you wanted their soul to rest easy, then you better take the time to bury them right and give them what they'll need for their journey. It's actually because of these loopholes and workarounds that some legends described Amit as never satisfied and always hungry, which in my opinion would have been awesome for them to work into her motivations in Moon Knight. Marvel has really been leaning into giving their antagonists ways to rationalize their obviously evil plans, and in Amit's case, she didn't want to wait until people had died to punish them. She could judge their entire lives before they'd even
Oh,
happened,
and then the
wanted to
fire
devour
goes here at
anyone
the back.
capable of evil,
Okay.
regardless of their
Okay,
age,
okay,
and
okay,
the
okay.
fact that there was a chance they could choose to not be evil. Just like Thanos, she was trying to build a better world, but I think it would have been fun if she had a more selfish and mythologically accurate incentive. The real Amit did not give a shit about improving our world. She liked delicious snacks and punishing the unworthy. Disney still could have made her too impatient to wait for people to die anymore, but they also could have added frustration over the dead using cheat codes like the ones we talked about earlier to avoid true judgment. Ethan Hawke still could have been motivated by his psychotic interpretation of her, but I think it would have been pretty great if they pulled the rug from under us and they said, nah, she just likes eating people, and then showed her going Godzilla mode. But what about you, mere mortals? Were you happy with how Moon Knight represented the Egyptian mythos, or would you rather them have taken it in a different direction? Also, what do you think about the goddess
Okay.
of the hour? I'm personally impressed.
So
at
this
how
has
many
to go
unique
in
female
here.
deities Egyptian mythology has already given us, but be sure to share your thoughts in a comment down below. Then sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons to the algorithm gods to get more mythology and folklore sent to your sub box every Thursday. Also, be sure to follow the Messed Up Origins podcast on your favorite podcast platforms, because YouTube is going to
I don't think this is the right size.
Never going to see you again? Fuck that. Better follow me. I'll speak with
Hey!
you all again next week with one of our most requested episodes ever, where I
I
unpack the
didn't
origins
actually
of the
hear him
infamous
swearing his
Well,
stuff.
until then, my name is John Solo, and don't forget,
John
shot
shot first. I think that's the first time I've ever heard him swear in his videos. I was like, what? Wait, where's my... Oh, there it is. So we got our little sandpaper. And then what I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna try and get into... I'm just gonna try and fold it up as small as possible.
Ancient myths are filled with jerks. That's the most grown-up word YouTube will let me use
Yeah.
this early in the video. Gods, heroes, mortals, monsters, no matter how much you love or even worship a figure from mythology, there's no denying that even the most divine, noble, and righteous of characters have their Jerk hole
You
moments.
spotted
These
hidden
jerk holes
Mickeys?
come in all shapes
Yes,
and
there
sizes.
is. Wait, let me
Kings
show
who'd rather
you.
feed their daughters to leviathans than let their workers unionize. Gods who chain up and abandon adorable doggos who'd never been anything but good boys. Basically anyone who inflicts undue misery on someone else is a jerk, or at the very least having a jerk hole moment. The extraordinary amount of jerks in myth is what makes the figures who are known for their wisdom and sense of justice all the more interesting. They're exceedingly rare, but when a deity is described as a mediator and settler of disputes among the gods, you know two things. One, they're wise. Two, they're not a jerk. And trust me when I say those rules apply to today's subject of discussion, the Egyptian god Thoth. He wasn't a violent deity, but he was a force to be reckoned with. And if he or someone he cared about wanted something, he made sure they were going to get it. And the best part is, he was on our
There's
side.
supposed to be
It's
4.
because of
Let me
Thoth
just
that
see
humanity
if I
learned
can
how to
find
write
the other
things
one.
down, could enjoy what the afterlife had in store for them, and in one particularly disturbing myth that will almost definitely get this video demonetized, he saved Egypt from being destroyed by the god of chaos. Before we dive into Thoth's amazing
Okay,
and
I
messed up
can't. I
mythology,
dropped a
though, I want to
piece,
say thanks to our
but
sponsor
I'll find it
Babbel, who
now.
we definitely
But
approve
yeah,
of.
oh, you're
Similar
talking
to how
about that,
Thoth
but
blessed
there's also
humanity with
these
written
as well.
language,
There's
today's
another one,
sponsor
but I can't
Babbel
seem to
blesses
find it.
its users with the
But yeah, we
ability
got
to
these
speak
as
new
well.
languages. Babbel
They're
is
so
the #1
cute.
language learning app on the planet. It teaches you real-world, practical conversations in bite-sized, 10-minute interactive lessons designed by real language experts. I think it's pretty easy to see from what I do for a living that I am fascinated by other cultures, but I often like to make jokes
Yeah.
that I'm an uncultured swine because I am. Thanks to Babbel, that's going to be slightly less true going forward though, because I'm using the app to learn Spanish, a language that my high school teacher failed to pass on even a single syllable of. There's a lot of language learning apps out there, but none are quite like Babbel, which uses scientifically proven
Yee,
strategies to
it's a
help you start
book nook.
speaking a new language
It's
in
a
as
book
little as
nook.
3 weeks. The best part is that unlike other apps and classes you may have taken in the past, lessons prepare you to have practical conversations about travel, business, relationships, and more. And you can learn using whatever tools are best for you. Traditional lessons, podcasts, games, videos, even live classes. So if you want to start speaking a new language and get 60% off your membership, hit my link in the description or pinned comment. With a 20-day money-back guarantee, you've got nothing to lose.
Okay, worked a little.
From what we gathered in our research,
Okay, there we
Thoth
go.
appears to be
I got
featured
it in.
two kinds of stories.
Okay, and then
Those are tales of creation and tales of mediation. We're going to unpack the creation myths first because in the timeline of Thoth's life, that makes the most sense. As a matter of fact, let's start with the creation of Thoth himself. Like a lot of other gods,
and then
in a
this
god-like
goes here.
pantheons, there is more than one version of Thoth's birth. According to a tale that was
And then
sourced from the
this
city of Vermopolis,
goes
the city
here
that
at the
considered
corner.
Thoth its
And then
patron
we got
god,
our little
he was there from the
fireplace.
beginning.
And
I
then
mean,
I'm
the
guessing
very
this
beginning. Even
goes
before
here.
creation officially started, Thoth gave birth to himself
here.
and coexisted with the 8 gods and goddesses who embodied the universe. They were known as the Ogdode. and
Okay,
are
but
such
I'm
an
guessing the
ancient part of
chairs go
Egyptian
there,
mythology that by the
like
time the new
that.
kingdom was established
And
in
then the
16th
table
century
goes here
BCE,
somewhere.
The Egyptians themselves weren't totally
Unless
sure
the
what
table
these gods
goes here.
originally did.
Yeah, the table
Nevertheless,
goes
they were
there.
still given the proper respect,
And then,
archaeologists have
ta-da!
found paintings
And I'm
carvings
guessing
depicting the gods as
like
human-animal
that.
hybrids. The males had the body of men and heads of frogs, while the
So
females had
now
the
we know
bodies of
how
women and
this
heads
is
of
put
snakes. The
together. We
story
can
goes that
start
these 8
painting.
gods
Well,
worked
we need to
together build an
sandpaper
island in the
some of the
infinite
stuff
sea of Noon.
first.
Noon was one
Okay.
of the Ogdode, and he personified the infinite chaos
So
of the universe,
let's get
which the
into
ancient
painting.
Egyptians believed was an expansive watery abyss, hence the Sea of Noon. Upon seeing the island, Thoth took the form of an ibis, a long-legged wading bird with a curved bill,
Oh my
and the
word.
form he was most often depicted in. Then he laid an egg. But it wasn't just any egg, it was the cosmic egg that held all creation. And when it hatched, it became the sun. We're going to do an episode unpacking all the Egyptian creation myths at some point in the future, so if you don't want to miss that, make sure to subscribe. But you can already see the important role he played in the creation of creation itself. Interestingly, though, there is another story that
Okay,
says Thoth was
we got the
created
fire
from the
out.
lips of Ra at the beginning of
Okay,
creation,
and
where
then
he describes
I'm gonna
himself
put that
as
there.
the eldest son of Ra. If you dug real deep, you could also find myths where he's said to be the son of Horus. The thing with Egyptian mythology is
Okay.
that people were allowed to
Guys,
bend
I'm
the
just gonna
stories
stand
pretty
up
much
and
however they saw
see
fit.
if
So if you
I can find the
hypothetically
piece
wanted
that I
to get
just
real
dropped.
weird
So
with it
this
and
is
say that
part of
Thoth
the
gave birth to Ra,
fireplace.
while Ra
This is a
simultaneously gave birth to
table,
Thoth, you wouldn't
and
be out
these
of
are
line.
chairs.
You'd
Okay.
be weird, but not out of line. and certainly not a jerk. In
Okay,
addition to
so
creating the physical space that we humans inhabit and just
fireplace.
about everything in it,
I
Thoth
don't know
also
why
blessed
this
the
is
ancient
necessary
Egyptians
to
with
put
a
in
writing
there, so
system
I'm
that
just
we
going to
know
leave
as
this
hieroglyphs.
aside.
Hieroglyphs are little symbols that represent sounds we make with our mouth.
And then
I actually
this
bought
is
a book
part of
about
the
hieroglyphs
table.
recently. I'm approximately one
And
lesson in,
then
but it's
this is
surprisingly
the
easy so
chair.
far. If you're looking to pick up a new hobby or a new tattoo, I'll put an Amazon affiliate link at the bottom of the description. Anyway, this is actually pretty ironic now that I think about it, but the story about Thoth creating written language for the Egyptians was actually discovered in the Phaedrus, a work written by the Greek philosopher Plato. Some context, the Phaedrus is a dialogue between Socrates
And
and
then
his student
this
Phaedrus,
is,
and a portion of this dialogue is dedicated to
I
discussing
guess
what
this is
forms
going to
of rhetoric
go
the gods liked the most. Essentially, Socrates uses the
here.
following story about Thoth to demonstrate that some things can
Okay,
and
I don't know
should
how this
only
is
be
going to play a
communicated through
role.
spoken word, and in
Maybe
that
it's
way,
something
writing
like
is
this.
overvalued. To illustrate his point,
I'm not sure.
Socrates tells Phaedrus about Thoth and
I'm not
credits
sure
him with
how this is
inventing
going to work.
astronomy,
So
astrology,
until I know
botany,
how that's going to
geology,
work, I'm only
arithmetic,
going to be
medicine, and
painting these
droughts.
pieces.
Basically checkers.
I'm only going to be
Then he
painting
says his
those
greatest
pieces.
invention was the use
Okay.
of letters, and tells Phaedrus that Thoth brought these inventions to the god Thamus, another name for Amun, who was also a member of the Agdod. Thoth presents Thamus with his creations and tells him that he'd really like for the Egyptian people to be able to use them. Well, Thamus went through the inventions one by one, approving some, censoring others, and outright rejecting a few, and eventually they came to writing.
I think I
Thoth
need to
told
take this
Thamus
jacket
that
off. I'm
writing will
starting
make the
to get
Egyptians
hot
wiser
now.
and give them better
Oh, no wonder
memories,
why.
but
The sun's
Thamus
out.
completely
Oh my word,
disagreed.
it's been
He said
raining
that
all
written
day and now
language
the
will
sun
make people
decides to
more
come out.
forgetful because they won't have to use their memories. They'll put all of their trust on external characters and not remember it
Yeah.
themselves. Then
You must,
Thamus told Thoth
Graystar,
how he
like
really
when I
felt.
get the
He said
chance,
that
I'll
writing will
upload
keep
the
them
video.
from
You must
forgetting
see the
most of
DM
what they
screen
hear.
that I
They'll
built.
appear to know everything, but
Or
won't
if
know
I can
much
show
about
it off
anything, and they'll
without,
start hanging out with because they think they're really
doxing
smart, when
myself
that's not at
on
all the
stream, I
case.
will
That's the end
definitely
of the
show. But I
dialogue as
built
it
an
pertains to
entire
Thoth,
DM
but
screen
obviously the
and I
Egyptians
did some
respected the writing
paintings and
system
drawings
despite
on
the
it
god
and it
king's
looks so
opposition. So I'm
beautiful.
very curious to hear
Wait,
what you all think about Thamus's
let me turn my
concerns.
camera
I'll
off.
be
Let me
honest,
turn
these
my
first
camera
two
off
kind
and
of
see if
feel
I
like
can show you
personal
now
attack
real
because I
quick.
take notes on almost
Oh wait.
everything I read, and if I couldn't write scripts to read off a
Um
teleprompter, this show would more than
yeah,
likely
so
not
this is the
exist.
front of the
Then
DM
again, that could
screen.
be said of a lot of things. You really can't overvalue
I
the
don't know if I
ability to
can open it
communicate
without,
ideas through writing.
causing
Sending
issues.
letters allowed important
But
and
yeah, this is
influential
the
figures to
front of the DM
negotiate and
screen.
strategize over long distances. Warning labels
Or
stop
the
people
back,
from
one of the
drinking
two.
bleach just because they like the
And then
smell.
if
The
you
way
turn
I
it
see it,
around,
Thoth gave humanity the tools and knowledge to shape our
then you
world the
got
way he
this
did
side
the
as
universe.
well.
But a lot of good that did me in
I did
2004
make a
when I had to
video
take a
of
quiz on
it,
the
but I
northeast
can,
region of the United
I just need
States.
to
I
edit
had to
it.
label every state in the
And then
region,
if
and
you
guess which
open
one I
it,
remembered?
you
Maine.
got
Just
the
Maine.
map
I spent the
inside.
rest of that semester in
This
fourth
map
grade
took
making up for that F
forever.
and finished with a
Yeah, you
B+.
got the map
I was
inside,
that close
and
to straight
then you got
A's.
the
Not
hands
lots of
inside as
gold.
well. And this entire thing opens up. But like I said, I already made a video of
In
it.
addition to looking out for humanity and giving us the best chance at thriving
Sorry guys,
for
my
good,
camera's a
Thoth
bit skew.
also played a
But
key
yeah,
support role as the advisor of the gods
yeah,
and settled
this
a number
entire
of
thing
disputes,
opens up.
many of which were
And then
started
if
by
I
Ra,
close
god of the
this,
sun and kings.
this
One story
screen,
comes from the city of
this one over
Heliopolis,
here,
where the foundation of the religious belief was
this
the
over
Ennead, a
here,
group of
this
9 gods that would
spins.
have been much
And then on
smaller
the other
if
side,
Thoth
you got
didn't
the
get
same
involved. You
designs on
see,
here.
Ra
But
created
when I
3
built
children,
this, I
Shu
didn't
and
realize
Temu,
I did
who in
this
turn
upside
spawned the
down. So
deities
when I
Geb
put it
and
in
Ea.
and I saw it
Ra
was
thought his
upside down, I was
granddaughter
so
Nut was
upset.
pretty cute and
But
wanted her to
yeah.
himself. So when he saw her getting busy with her brother Geb, he was enraged
So
and
I'm just
cursed
gonna
her so that she
turn
couldn't
this
give
back
birth
around.
any day of the year. Thoth heard about this incident
Oh,
and
I don't know
mostly
if you
thought it
can
was pretty
see
messed
here at
up
the
because he
back.
took matters into his
If you
own
look here at the
hands.
back,
He challenged
it's
the
got
moon
little
to
drawers
appease the
and stuff that
droughts,
you can
won
pull
from
out.
her,
And this
one
entire
Soviet
thing
built
is a
for
dice
illumination.
tower
Thoth
down
added up his
here that you
weddings,
can
which
use
equated
to
to
roll
5 days
dice.
of light, and slapped them on the end of the Egyptian calendar, which at that time was only 360 days.
Okay.
Thanks to Thoth, going
Hopefully,
forward, a year would consist of
I don't dox myself.
365 days,
My
and
camera
women were free to
fell.
give birth during those additional 5 days that were not affected by Ra's original curse. Although it seems like Ra could have just made a new curse that included those extra 5 days instead of doing a
But
Wayagara,
yeah.
but maybe he didn't think about it until it was too late. So on that particular occasion, Thoth
Oh,
went against
really?
Ra's prerogative, but there were times where he
Nice.
recognized
So
it'd be
what I'm
smarter to
building now
help him
is a
in
book nook. So it's like what you put on the bookshelf, and it's got like this little scene. So yeah, that's what I'm building right now.
The wise god was able to track her down and approached her while disguising himself as a baboon.
But anyway, let me just take this Eskimo jackets off.
Wisdom pretty much immediately and was about to attack him when he
Oh,
blurted
it's
out,
so hot.
"Fate punishes every crime." This made Tefnut pause just long enough for Thoth to start his spiel on why the goddess shouldn't attack him and come back.
Sorry guys, I
home
keep
instead.
getting messages, so I just want to
Tales
make
of
sure
Egypt's
it's not from
beauty,
my mom or
fables about
something,
strong
because I
animals
don't want to get
allying
into
themselves with the
trouble.
weak, and
Well,
according to
it's
some
not that I don't want to get into trouble,
legends,
it's
requested
just
that
like,
she
why
calm
didn't you do
down
this? Why didn't you do that?
1,077 times. We can't say for certain what it was that finally broke Tefnut's ironclad resistance, but ultimately Thoth
Okay, no, it's
convinced
not
her
from
to
my mom,
return
it's just
home to her
group
father.
messages.
I'll be honest, I almost decided to leave this story out, but then I realized that Thoth treats Tefnut almost exactly the same
Well,
way as he treats
Graystar, if
Kratos
you
in the
want,
Fallen
just
God
DM me
comic
because I know how
series.
to build a
Like
DM
Tefnut,
screen.
Kratos is
The
also
art
running
piece
away
I
from
done
his home,
myself.
and
If you
Thoth is
want,
just
I can most
harassing him,
probably
repeating platitudes
send
about fate
you
and destiny to
a
point where
quote
Kratos
of
thinks he's
how much
losing
it
his
will
mind.
make
We even get to
to
see Thoth in
cost
all of
to
his
make
forms,
the
as a
same
man,
one
as an
for
ibis,
you, but
and
with
as a
different
baboon.
designs on it,
Overall,
if
I
you
was
would like.
disappointed in the Fallen God series and found it to be almost pointless, but I'll admit that the accuracy and specificity of this Thoth portrayal does make it better. Still not that good though. Now this next tale is going to require some serious censoring on my part. I'm going to be using a lot of euphemisms and analogies to get my point across. To be clear, that's not because I want to, but I feel like I've got to be extra cautious now because YouTube has been flagging my content lately, despite telling me directly that it doesn't even violate their guidelines. They just think it's kind of
I
icky.
see.
Gotta
Okay,
love
that
when they
makes
punish
sense. That
educational
makes
content,
sense.
don't you? Have I mentioned you can follow Messed Up Origins on all the podcast platforms by following the links in the description? We might even start posting the video versions of these episodes to Spotify because the YouTube algorithm has not been my friend lately. Back to the icky stuff, there came a time where Set, the god of chaos,
Aww.
and his nephew Horus, the god of the sky, were competing against each other for the cosmic throne, which was freshly vacant after the death of Horus's father, Osiris. The two gods stood before the Aeneid, those 9 gods I mentioned a minute
So
ago.
all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sand down all the sides just so it's a little bit more smooth and on the inside if I have to. But everywhere where I broke the wood pieces off, that's what I'm gonna be sanding. And I'm thinking of maybe sanding this a little bit so it can fit in a lot easier without too much struggling. So I think I'm just gonna sand the legs of this little flame.
Don't worry, YouTube censors. There's nothing inappropriate about that. He's just making him a sandwich. What Set didn't realize, though, is that Horus was awake, and he reached down to catch his uncle's mayonnaise in his hand. A little while later, he went to his mother Isis to ask for advice, and she was like, "Ew." And then she chopped off Horus's hand. After that, she rubbed some lotion on her son's condiment spreading device, and then put his mayonnaise into a container. Now, before we go any further, I want you to leave a comment telling me what you think she's going to use Horus's mayonnaise for, without looking at any others, because I'm going to really enjoy how wrong everybody is.
Okay, so you see where those little things are, that's what I'm trying to sand down. So let's go ahead and
Isis went to Set's garden and spread her son's mayonnaise on some lettuce, which Set's gardener told her was the only thing the god of chaos snacked on. Fucking vegans. Later that day, Set made a stop at his garden for a snack and devoured the lettuce, which I guess he just thought was saltier than usual. Then he summoned his nephews so they could present themselves in front of the Aeneid once again and put his own plan into effect. Once in front of the Aeneid, Set made a bold claim. To the disgust of the governing gods, he said he was entitled to the throne after performing the labor of a man against Horus. It wasn't Set they were disgusted with,
there we
though.
go.
They berated and spat on Horus, who couldn't help but laugh. Horus told the gods that Set was a liar, and that if they wanted to know the truth, then they should call forth each of their condiments. That's when Thoth, who is not actually a member of
that's
the Aeneid,
sanded, so let's go ahead and do this with the rest of them. Okay.
On their mayo. To the surprise of Set, his baby batter showed up in the nearby marsh where Horus's mother
I think I'm gonna put this on YouTube, so if anybody, buys from Brink Design for this, then
Seeing that
they'll
his
know
plan
how to
completely
make it. But I
backfired,
think
Set
I'm gonna
tried to
put this
grab
on
the solar
YouTube
disk
just
and
so
destroy
people can
it,
see.
but Thoth had already taken it and wore it as a crown
Hopefully,
on
I'm
top of
doing
his
this as
head.
clearly
Don't
as
ask me why he
possible
wanted to
without,
wear a
like,
crown, but he did,
confusing
and
too
that's now
much.
something you can't unknow. One of the most fascinating things about Thoth is that despite not being a super well-known god in modern times,
Well,
he was
I'm
worshipped the
kind of okay. I
longest out of
wouldn't say I'm
almost
new
all the
to
gods in the
D&D, but
Egyptian
I've only been
pantheon.
in like
Worship of him
one
is
or
believed
two
to have started
campaigns.
during the
So maybe you
pre-dynastic
can
period
explain to
between
me like
6000 and
what's going on with D&D
3150
that makes you want to
BCE
cut your
and continued
eyebrows
all
off.
the way to the Ptolemaic period, which began around 300 BCE. By the way, I've learned so many new words while making this episode. Don't forget to leave a comment down below telling me how wrong I'm pronouncing them all. There were also civilizations outside of Egypt that incorporated Thoth into their own pantheons. The ancient Greeks, for example, equated him to their messenger god Hermes, hence why Thoth's religious center was called Hermopolis. Curiously though, despite being such an ancient deity, Thoth doesn't really have any stories where he's the focus. Outside of the creation myths, he only appears when there's a mess to clean up.
Okay.
And there may be a fascinating real-world reason for that. You see, Thoth didn't originate in the same religious centers that spawned the majority of other gods in the pantheon. He was created on the outskirts.
Okay, so
and
now
as
I'm
a
just
result,
gonna,
took on the role of
like
the
I said, I'm just
perpetual
gonna
outsider,
sandpaper all the
hence him
sides,
operating on
so.
the edge of various conflicts and often without any real stake in how they unfold. Regardless of his outsider role, Thoth was widely respected by Egyptian society, and people were so eager to gain his favor that when archaeologists looked into the 31 animal necropolises that existed in ancient Egypt, they found 20 million embalmed animals with a whopping 6 million ibises, the bird that was most sacred to Thoth and the one that he's embodying in most depictions. That's a huge portion of sacrifices considering that 9 other gods existed just in the Aeneid alone. So who was making them? Well, as the god of writing, we know that Thoth was the patron god of many scribes living in Egypt, but there obviously couldn't have been that many scribes living in a society that was mostly illiterate. So I'm thinking that maybe folks were trying to curry favor with the gods involved in the judgment of their souls. You see, to the Egyptians, life after death was not guaranteed. If you didn't live a life that was more honorable than not, there was a chance that your soul would be devoured by Ammit and obliterated out of existence. Try to picture what nothing looks, sounds, smells, tastes, and feels like. That's what you would be. In order to avoid that fate and be blessed with a blissful life in the field of reeds, your heart had to be placed on a scale and weighed against the feather of truth. If you were deemed unworthy, the last thing you'd ever see would be Ammit eating your heart. But if the gods liked you, then you'd be given a royal welcome into the kingdom of Osiris.
Jeez, how many
The gods who attended
rule
the
books does
heart-weighing
D&D
ceremony
have?
varied depending on who you asked and what time period you were in, but one god who was consistently present was Thoth. He was responsible for writing down the verdict of the heart-weighing ceremony, though we aren't exactly sure what the purpose of this was. Maybe they needed to have an official record
Oh,
of
that's a
people who were
lot
erased
better.
from
That's a lot
existence for,
easier.
like, insurance
Still a bit
purposes or
tricky to
something.
pull
So now you know
out.
the complete and messed up mythology
Chat,
of
don't you
Thoth, the
dare.
Egyptian god of
Don't you
wisdom,
dare.
writing,
This is
food,
what I
and
mean
a
by
bunch of other stuff.
pullouts,
And the
okay?
journey doesn't have to stop here. If you want to continue learning about Egyptian mythology, then I recommend you check out my episodes on Ammit and Osiris, or even vampires. And to those who want more messed up mythology and folklore sent to their sub box and recommended feed every single weekday, hit that subscribe button and turn notifications on. You can expect more deep dives like this episode every Thursday around 3 p.m. Central. I'll see
Only
you all
because
next
you
week
hopped
when we
in
dive
here
into
with
the
like,
messed up
that's what she
origins of
said.
Cocomelon. Until we meet again, my name is John Solo, and don't forget,
John shot first. Okay, so that's done. Oh wait, we need to sandpaper these. Just there. Okay, and then on top here as well. No!
Hi, that giant hippopotamus lady you just saw is an Egyptian goddess called Taweret. And while some of you may know her from Marvel's Moon Knight, I'm here to tell you that she's nowhere near as adorable in myth. In fact, she's pretty terrifying. The good news is she was on our side. Well, maybe not my side because I'm not a woman or a child, even though I feel like one sometimes. I mean, I feel like a child, not a woman. Can we just start over? The good news is she was on our side. Taweret was the goddess of childbirth and fertility, and just like the hippos that inhabit the Nile River, she was known as a fierce defender of her domain and those who occupy it. Sounds a bit different than her role in Moon Knight, where she fills in for Anubis, the jackal-headed god who weighs the hearts of the deceased, but as you're about to learn, this is more accurate than you might expect. First though, we gotta start with the basics. Taweret was also known by the epithets Lady of Heaven, Mistress of the Horizon, and Lady of the Birth House. Another epithet was She of the Pure Water, which experts believe is a reference to her association with the Nile River. And curiously, she was also known by the near opposite epithet, She who removes the water, which may allude to water breaking at the start of the birthing process. Unlike many other Egyptian goddesses, Taweret is not what you would call thin, feminine, attractive, or appealing to look at in any way. She's almost exclusively depicted as a hippo standing on her hind legs with a big old belly and saggy boobs that sway to and fro. Sometimes her head
Wow,
is replaced
call
with
a
the head
mother
of a woman,
unattractive
but I
without
think even
calling
the
a
ancient
mother
Egyptians found
unattractive.
that a little disturbing, so those depictions are few and far between. Besides, being a hippo was a core component of her identity. You see, hippos had been inhabiting the Nile River long before the Egyptian kingdom was unified around 3100 BCE. And by that time, they had a well-established reputation among the societies surrounding the river. People saw the aggressive male hippos as a representation of chaos because of their dangerous and destructive tendencies, while female hippos embodied the same chaos with a more protective twist. Mama hippos were known for fiercely defending their babies, a quality that many animals have, but the sheer power of hippopotamuses and the fact that they could flawless victory just about any other predator in a 1v1 match on Rust is what made them the ideal embodiment of motherhood for the Egyptians. Giving birth was a dangerous and deadly undertaking for both the woman and the child, so they needed a powerful guardian to support them through that process. As a matter of fact, Taweret was only one of several hippo goddesses that the Egyptians believed could aid them. The others were named Ipit, Ririt, and Hedget, and while I'm definitely mispronouncing those, the point is they were indistinguishable from Taweret in artistic depictions, though some experts believe that because of the specific meanings of their names, these other goddesses may just be aspects of Taweret. Ipit means to nurse, which is an obvious reference to child rearing, and Ririt means the sow, and derives from the Egyptians' classification of hippos as water pigs. Adorable. The flaw in this theory is that Hedget's name translates to the White One, and it's not obvious what aspect of hippos
How
or
you
childbirth that
doing?
embodies, but if you have any guesses,
Wait, what?
comment them below. Now, one thing that surprised me about Taweret is that despite her being an important and revered goddess, archaeologists haven't uncovered any temples or written references to temples
Now I
dedicated
get
to her.
it.
Instead,
Oh my
it appears
word.
that
Hen
worship of her
rules.
primarily took
Hen
place in her
rules.
home, which I believe stems from the very personal nature of the help that
Wow.
Taweret provided. After all, in those days, most women were giving birth in their homes, and so a strong connection to
How's a
Taweret
broken
needed to be
nail
established in that
while
space.
breaking this
In
stuff
addition to
out?
placing
Broken
statuettes
nail.
and wearing amulets of the goddess,
No,
people
no,
took
you
care
don't
for
sound so
everyday
bad
household
now.
items like beds, stools, and
Listen,
headrests,
listen.
along
If
with
you
ivory
got
wands that
a
were
problem
used
with
during childbirth. And while
bear
she may
fur,
not have
okay,
had
or my
many
bear
temples
form,
erected in her
that's
honor,
on
there was
you,
one
okay?
temple dedicated to Ipit,
How
one of the other
rude.
hippo goddesses,
How
and it was
rude.
believed that the sun god was reborn in this temple on a daily basis. Taweret was also present in the temples of many other gods in the
Okay,
form
there
of
we go, guys. We
Abdu-Qaqaib
got
paintings and carvings. All of these Taweret totems were believed to ward off
Hmm.
evil, similar to how gargoyle imagery protected the Christian churches. And once again, this is likely because of the hippo's
Why
reputation
would
for
gargoyles
ferocity. But
protect
as I alluded to at
churches?
the start of this episode, Taweret's domain wasn't limited to ushering in new life. She also aided the deceased on their way out, just like we saw her do in Moon Knight. Before we dive into her deathly duties, though, I want to say thanks to our friends at Squarespace. Similar to how Taweret empowered and protected women and children, Squarespace empowers people from all walks of life. giving us the tools we need to build beautiful websites with ease, efficiency, and without breaking the bank. From their nearly endless library of award-winning design templates to their intuitive interface that lets you drag and drop boxes as needed,
Okay.
if you're looking to advertise and grow your business, Squarespace has all the answers.
Okay, I'm gonna do like this big piece first. It doesn't look like anything needs water. Become moist. Doesn't look like I need to maybe here in the corner just a little bit.
They give creators access to marketing tools and analytics so we can make
In
sure
this
our
corner.
website is running efficiently, and access to personalized customer support 24/7 if you run into any trouble. So if you want to take one major step closer to making your dreams a reality, go to squarespace.com/JohnSolo to start your completely free trial.
And then here on
when
top.
your site is ready for launch, use code
sorry.
JohnSolo to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. So to give you a little recap on Tawairit's role in Moon Knight, and be warned, this is going to be full of spoilers. She acts as a guide to deceased souls, helping them reach the eternally peaceful Egyptian afterlife known as the Field of Reeds. To do this, she would weigh the heart of the dead individual against the feather of truth, and if it determined they lived a perfectly balanced life, their soul would pass into the Field of Reeds. If not, they'd be cast down into the duat.
So now I just have to do this corner here.
Now, believe it or not, this is pretty accurate to what the ancient Egyptians
Oh my
believed,
word.
and I'll just say it really should be, considering one
Oh
of the
my
main
word.
characters
When I
is
take a
basically
break, I will
Egyptologist.
definitely
But
watch
they do
that
take some
Ursus.
creative liberties, all of which I can get on board with. For instance, during the Egyptian Empire's early days is when Tawairit was commonly grouped with those three other hippo goddesses I mentioned. But during the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, also known as the period of reunification, is when she became a more prominent figure of worship. It was also around this time that Egyptians started incorporating the protective nature of hippos into their funerary process, with hippopotamus statues and idols being placed in tombs and temples, potentially to ward off evil spirits. But some scholars also suggest that hippo deities aided in the process of rebirth after death, just as they aided births in the normal realm. So I think Moon Knight's Tawairit being the first to welcome the freshly dead to the chthonic realm is a clever interpretation of this theory. Her actually weighing the hearts isn't the most accurate, as this position was usually filled by Anubis, but in the context of the show, I'm pretty sure Anubis had been petrified and she was filling in for him. Regardless, it wasn't unheard of for other gods to conduct this ceremony if the deceased person had a specific patron god they had dedicated their life to. Only if they were determined to be out of balance, they weren't cast into the
Hi,
sea and
guys. I'm
petrified.
doing well.
Instead, their hearts were fed
I'm
to
doing
Amun,
well.
the crocopotamus who could obliterate your mind, body, and soul.
Oh,
into the
guys,
state of
look at
non-being.
this. Look at this.
Also happens to be the big baddie in this
Look
first
at-
season of Moon Knight. So if she sounds
Look
like
at
your type of
this.
gal, you might want to give the show a shot. Then watch my deep dive on
Like,
her mythology to learn how accurate
We are
her portrayal
52%
is. But what
through the
about myths
donathon
surrounding
already.
Tawairit?
I'm just
Such
like,
a prominent goddess has gotta
I
have
woke
some
up
good
to this
stories, right?
morning.
Kind
This
of.
is what I woke
don't
up
get me
to.
wrong, the following
I
myth
wanna
is
cry.
a bloody good story, but if you've been tuning into our show for a while, you've probably heard it before. The good news is I've got some brand new details to flesh the story out even more. This particular variant has been found engraved on one of the shrines in Tutankhamun's tomb and in the Book of the Heavenly Cow, which I'll do a deep dive on someday, but for now, all you need to know is that it describes the various reasons for the flawed state of the world, one of which being humankind's rebellion against the supreme sun god, Ra. Put simply, this rebellion started after Ra had been sitting on the throne for a while. The Egyptians started to doubt their king because of his old age and began disregarding the laws he laid out for living a proper life. After this had been going on for a while, Ra got really irritated with mankind and worried that if he didn't do something drastic, they would divert their worship and attention elsewhere. So he summoned his daughter, Hathor, who was affiliated with motherhood similar to Tawairit, and told her to get those mere mortals back into line using any means necessary. With these orders in mind, Hathor took on her more violent aspect, the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, and went to war with the humans, and saying this was a lopsided battle would be an understatement. She absolutely crushed the rebels with barely any effort at all. But there was a problem. After getting a taste of blood, her thirst could not be quenched, so she began slaughtering the humans indiscriminately. At this point, Ra tried stepping in and getting his daughter to simmer down a bit because he didn't want to lose all of his worshippers, but she wasn't listening to reason. After tasting that sweet, savory Kool-Aid, she wasn't going to stop unless someone made her. So that's what happened. And there's a few variants of how they achieve this, but they all share a common theme: deceit. In this version, the ever-wise god Thoth, who we've also discussed on this show, suggested that because Sekhmet has a thirst for blood, they should fill some barrels with beer that's been dyed red and leave them near the next city she plans to attack. In one version, Thoth also adds a certain strain of poppies to the beer to induce hallucinations, which seems pretty risky.
Wait, do
to do
poppies really give you hallucination and make you fall asleep? Because poppies are also mentioned in The Wizard of Oz. Do they really have that effect on you?
Crazed state of mind that she didn't even realize that the red liquid tasted more like beer than blood and chugged barrel after barrel until she passed out. When the goddess woke up, she was a different person entirely. Like, literally, she had taken on a whole new identity, the hippo goddess to wear it, and she completely forgot what she was all worked up about, as well as her slaughter of mankind. Then, her new, more relaxed self was welcomed back with open arms by her father Ra, who probably should have grounded her for at least a few weeks as punishment.
Yeah, maybe a few centuries.
Honestly, I do find it pretty funny that the docile version of her became a hippo when hippos are just as dangerous as lions, if not more so.
No, hippos kill more humans than lions.
As widely as the one where she turns back into the cow-headed goddess Hathor. You're just not going to find a more docile creature than a cow. I mean, even my pug and Japanese chin can get wild, even though they look like puddles of floof and wrinkles 90% of the time. But on that note, I want to thank you all for watching this episode of Egyptian Mythology Explained. Now go watch all the others, but not before you sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons to the algorithm gods. Not only do those go a long way in helping this content get in front of more eyes, but it also boosts your chances of YouTube suggesting it to you. And who wouldn't benefit from more mythology and folklore in their life? Especially when it's of the messed up variety. Besides that, I'd also recommend you follow Messed Up Origins on TikTok because the shorts that I post to YouTube also get posted there, only they're longer and uncensored. Links to those are in the description. Thank you all for watching this episode of Messed Up Origins. I'll see you again
so
next
now
week
we're gonna
with the very messed up origins of Mr. Beast. Until then, my name is John Solo, and remember, John shot
first. No. There we go. So now,
The gods of death have a major public image problem. It seems like every time we talk about a death deity, a chthonic character, an underworld overlord, I've got to do damage control thanks to Hollywood's insistence on portraying these figures as evil incarnate. You've got Hell murdering thousands of people and conquering Asgard in Thor Ragnarok, Hades plotting against Olympus in every movie he's ever been in, and then there's Anubis. His associations with death combined with his animalistic appearance has led to films like The Mummy Returns and The Pyramid portraying him as a violent, power-hungry villain, when in reality, he is the god of minding his own business. It is true that according to Egyptian mythology, Anubis is one
so
of the
I think
first
we've
figures to meet
sandpapered
after we die,
everything
but
that we need to
doesn't make it
sandpaper, and I'm just gonna
if anything, we
clean
should really appreciate Anubis
this
because he
area.
looked out for us. If it weren't for him,
Okay,
we'd have to
so
find our own way to the underworld. Our graves would be left unprotected
I
against
think this is the
scavengers, dogs, and
ground.
the elements, and we'd have to weigh our
Okay.
own hearts against the feather of truth, which is just gross. The ancient Egyptians considered
Okay,
Anubis an
this is
S-tier
the
deity,
fireplace.
as important as it
I don't know
gets,
what this
because
is. This is
everyone
part
knew
of the
they'd be
ground,
standing
so I'm
face
just
to
gonna
face with
keep
him
that there.
eventually. That's why today
These
we're
are
diving deep into
chairs.
Anubis'
This is part of the
mythology, the unique
chairs.
way he was worshipped, his specific responsibilities
This is
as
a little
cycle
table.
monk, and how his role evolved through the
This is a
dynasties.
spider
Make
web.
sure you sacrifice those
And then
like
we've
and
got
subscribe buttons
cheese,
so the
and I
gods
don't know
bless you
what,
with
is
more
this also
mythology
supposed to
and
be
folklore
cheese?
content every weekday. And now,
Okay. So we're gonna start off with this piece
you
over
gotta
here.
stop interrupting me, man. So we've already established that Anubis is the
I'm
jackal-headed
gonna start with
god
this
with
piece here. I
funerary
don't know
rites,
what
the
that piece
protector
is,
of
so
the
I'm just
graves,
gonna
and
leave
the
that
guide to
piece.
the underworld.
And
But
we're
in
gonna
order to
take
fully
out
grasp
some
why
paint
this is
and
one of the
prepare
most
painting
respected
colors
deities in the
for
ancient
these. So
Egyptian
let's go ahead
pantheon,
and do that.
one has to understand that society's views about death and the afterlife. Because according to ancient Egyptian belief, death was not the end of your journey.
Actually not.
Your
I'm just
soul
gonna
and
take out all
consciousness
my
could continue
colors,
on their merry
except for the
way. The catch,
varnish.
though, was that in order to actually enjoy the continuation, there were a number of rituals that had to be conducted in the land of the living and tests you had to pass in the underworld. It was Anubis who presided over these various rituals and processes, starting with the preservation of the body. The Egyptians believed that your body went with you to the duat, what they called the underworld. This is why funeral rituals were so important. Having your body preserved through mummification meant that you wouldn't be doomed to shamble around the blissful fields of reeds as a decaying corpse. The story behind Anubis, or Anpu as the Egyptians called him, being viewed as the almighty embalmer, comes from the Osiris resurrection myth. For those who need a refresher, Osiris was the original god-king of Egypt who was betrayed and murdered by his brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction. Set chopped Osiris's body into little pieces that his wife Isis had to search for all across Egypt. And even with the help of all the king's horses and all the king's men, she couldn't put his body together again. That's where Anubis comes in. When Ra, the supreme sky god, heard Isis's cries of pain and sorrow, he created
Great, and
Anubis
you
and sent him
sleep
down
well.
from the heavens for the sole purpose of preserving
So I'm just like
Osiris's
getting
body.
out
So
all
the
the
young god aided
paints.
Isis in sewing the dead king back together and dressing him in the first ever mummification bandages. Now, full disclosure,
And
there
I'm
is
gonna
another
try and
version
at
of the
least
story
use
where
every
Anubis was
single
not
color
born of
here.
Ra, but
I'm
actually
gonna
the
try and use
illegitimate
every
son
single
of
color.
Osiris and the goddess
But if you guys want to
Nephthys. In that
see,
version,
that's like,
Nephthys
that
feared
gives
that
me
her
an idea
rebellion
of all the
once
colors
Set
here.
would
So
discover
what
her
I'm gonna do is I'm
infidelity.
gonna move
So she abandoned
that.
Anubis in a bush, only for him to be found and adopted by her sister Isis. So in that account, Anubis wasn't created solely for this purpose, but it still went on to become his purpose. I'm assuming because reassembling your father's corpse and preparing it for burial creates quite the core memory. To put it another way, once that first mummy was made, it was a wrap.
Why am I laughing at puns? Why?
Anubis's domain and the
Okay,
standard for funerary practices
so
had been
this is gonna
established.
be
But remember,
the
there was more to it than
table, I
just
guess.
properly burying
Okay, let me
bodies.
just see this again.
A myth found in the Jumalak Papyrus, apologies for the mispronunciation, explains why Anubis was the protector of graves and why the priests who attended the dead wore Anubis masks and leopard skins. It turns out that after Osiris's body had been stitched together, Set was still determined to destroy it, so he took the form of a leopard and tried ripping it to shreds, but Anubis stood his ground
Okay.
against the god of chaos. He picked up a scorching hot iron rod and he beat Set into submission. Then he flayed off his leopard skin, which was now covered in black spots thanks to the iron rod burning his fur, and fashioned it into a garment.
Okay, I think I'm
wear
gonna
as a
paint this
warning against
first.
evildoers who
Okay,
would
I think
dare
I'm gonna paint this
desecrate
first.
the
So I'm just
graves
gonna
of the
get
deceased.
newspaper or
There is
oh, we
something
don't
kind
have
of ironic
newspaper.
about Anubis protecting the graves, though,
Hmm.
and it's not something I've heard talked about very much. Your
Because
boy
I don't
has
want
the
to
head of
get
a
paint on the
jackal, right?
tablecloth.
And
I'm gonna
jackals
be
are
right back. I'm gonna see if I
scavengers.
can get something
Wicked
to put
witch in the
underneath
east,
here
plural. Your
so I
boy
can
has the head
paint.
of a jackal, right? And jackals are scavengers, meaning they survive by eating corpses. Basically the opposite of protecting them. Surely the Egyptians were aware of this, especially when you consider the burial process prior to the first Egyptian kingdom was far more simple, with bodies being buried in shallow graves that gave the jackals easy access. So why was this animal chosen as the sacred grave guardian? Unfortunately, we can only speculate, but Egyptologist Toby Wilkinson suggests it was a fight fire with fire situation. A common theme in Egyptian magic and theology was fighting like with like. And so an animal that embodied a particular undesirable characteristic or whose behavior adversely affected humans was chosen as the image of the deity to guard against such eventualities. When you think about it, it's not that different than Taweret, the goddess and guardian of families, children, and childbirth, embodying a hippo. In reality, hippos were major threats to humans, and a mama hippo would happily gobble up a mother and her child if it meant protecting her own calf. But this quality was flipped on its head so that humans became the beneficiaries instead of victims. I'll admit it's not a perfect comparison because I doubt the jackal jackals are known for fiercely defending their own dead like mama hippos are with their calves? But maybe I'm taking this all too literally, and the answer actually lies in Anubis's role as the master of the scales. We're about to get metaphorical up in here, my friends, but first I want to thank our sponsor Squarespace for supporting the show. When deceased souls entered the underworld, they used the Book of the Dead to survive the many perils they encountered on their journey. And when entrepreneurs, creatives, or hobbyists want to enter the world of digital marketing, we use Squarespace. From their massive library of award-winning design templates to their intuitive interface that lets you drag and drop boxes as needed, if you're looking to advertise and grow your business or just share your passion with the world, Squarespace has all the answers. Want to start a gallery of your artwork, sell your own merchandise, or start a newsletter to keep your community informed? You can do all of that and more. And because Squarespace knows how important a website is for the success of any business, they give their users access to marketing tools and analytics so we can make sure our website is running efficiently. And they offer personalized customer support 24/7 on the rare occasions it's not. So whether you want to give your business a fresh new online identity or get professional with your passion, you can go to squarespace.com/JohnSolo to start your completely free trial. And when your site is ready for launch, use code JohnSolo to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain and support the Messed Up Origins podcast. According to ancient Egyptian belief, when someone died, Anubis would appear and guide their soul to the Duat, their name for the underworld. But that's just the first step of a process, because then their soul must survive a long journey with many trials, including passing by a lake of fire inhabited by flesh-eating baboons. And at the end of this perilous adventure,
And
is
we're
the
back
Hall
with
of
newspaper.
Ma'at, which contains
Okay.
a final trial.
So.
The deceased person would then confess or deny a list of 42 sins, and if they answered truthfully, the judges allowed them to approach Anubis, who stood in front of the sacred scales, patiently waiting to rip their heart out of their chest. In Egyptian mythology, the heart was where the human soul resided, and having it ripped out actually wasn't a painful process, but it was a suspenseful one, because Anubis would weigh the heart against the feather of Ma'at, the feather of truth, and the result of the scales determined the fate of your soul. If you had lived an unbalanced life, one that was more bad than good, more selfish than selfless, your heart would weigh more than the feather of truth, and Anubis would hand it over to Ammit, the lion
Bear, Mama Bear.
the souls of the unworthy and obliterates their consciousness
Wait.
from existence.
Why are you going?
However, if you had lived a good, honest
At
life,
what?
and to be clear,
He
you
learns
didn't
from.
have to be perfect, you just had to
Hey,
honestly try
Ursus,
your best to be a
I saw your
decent
message. I
person,
said when we
then your
take a
soul
little
would be
break.
lighter than a feather.
So when I
Anubis
take a
would
break
guide you
from
to
this, like
Osiris,
while I'm
the lord
waiting
of
for
the
all the paint to
underworld,
dry
and
and stuff like
Osiris would
that,
guide you to the
before
eternal
gluing it
blissful
everything
fields of
together, we will
dreams.
watch
And
that
I shouldn't give
Gordon
credit where
Ramsay
it's
video
due.
that you
American
recommended,
Gods,
because
the
that
show
that
based
actually
off the board
sounds
games
funny.
IP, did a great
That will be
portrayal of
so
Anubis in
hilarious to
season 1.
watch.
In the third
But
episode,
anyway,
there's a scene where he
there we
kindly
go.
and gently informs a woman that she's died,
Okay.
and he's there to take her to the next realm. Then we see a stripped-down version of the judgment process, where he takes her to the Duat, weighs her heart,
Okay, we're
which
gonna
turns out to
use
be perfectly
yellow ink
balanced, and then sends her on her merry way. That is
for
the
the
happy ending that
cheese.
all Egyptians were hoping for in those
So,
days, and they did everything possible to put the odds in their favor. Things like burying people with a copy of the Book of the Dead, which was essentially a strategy guide on how to
and
get
I
through
think
the Duat
one of
safely,
the things
carving
you can
magic
do
incantations onto
to
coffins
use
to
the
protect the
cheese, because
bodies
I think
inside, and
I
of course
think
the
one of the things you
mummification
can do, you
process
can
to
give it
preserve the
a
body for as long
white
as possible.
coat
But that brings us
first.
back
Yeah,
to
you
the
give it a
earlier
white coat
question:
first,
if
and then you go
preserving the
over it
body
in
was
yellow,
the
and that will
highest
make the yellow
priority,
pop.
why would the guardian of
So
the graves be
this will be the
scavengers
cheese. So I'm
known
just
for
gonna put all of
snacking
that
on and
aside.
mutilating bodies? Well, think about it this way. Chances are a selfish person who couldn't be trusted and never did a nice thing for anyone in his life wouldn't have anyone to make sure that his body was cared for after he died. His body would be dumped in a shallow grave that scavengers could easily dig into, meaning he'd be left to the jackals. If they decided to eat him, they would. If not, he'd be completely rotten away before long. In other words, the jackals
Yeah, I
determine
can
the
see
fate
how
of
that
your
can be
physical
annoying.
body, while the jackal
But like
god
I said, when
determined
I
the fate
take a
of your
break, when
soul,
I'm done,
which
like
is
let me
also
just
more
finish
likely to be
painting here
devoured if you were a
before I
selfish
start
person.
searching for the
It's
video,
kind of
and
ironic that
then
Anubis
I'll
feeds the heart to
definitely
Ammit
give it
instead of
a
eating it
watch, because
himself.
like I said, that
Maybe
sounds
he used to, and just
hilarious.
doesn't have the
Okay,
taste for
what
it
color are
anymore.
we
It's
making
just a theory of
this?
mine, but Anubis has
Oh,
been
this is
around since
supposed to
the
be a
first dynasty of
carpet.
ancient
Okay,
Egypt. In
I
fact, he was
think
considered the lord
we
of the
can make it
underworld
the
before the
carpet
cult
like
of Osiris
purple,
came
because I
along
like
about
this
1,000
Hexed
years
Lynch
later in the
color.
New Kingdom gear
we
up
can make it
and
like
demoted him
purple,
in
and then the
favor of
mouse
Osiris.
parts,
With that in
we can
mind,
give it
Mummy
like a
Devourer
black
wasn't introduced until around that same
fill-in,
time.
I
So
think.
how did Anubis discard the unworthy souls before that? My guess is he
I
ate
think we
them.
can make
Full disclosure, I
purple,
have to do more research before betting any schmeckles on that theory, but I
and
think
then
it's
we
a fun
can make
idea.
like the
If
inner
you have
layer
any
red,
thoughts to
and then
add,
we can
either
make the
for or
outer
against
layer
it, comment down
black
below.
or purple again.
So at this
Yeah.
point, you're probably thinking, all right, John, I understand that Anubis was a major death deity and that came with a lot of responsibility. But if he's really that important, you should probably tell me how to get on his good side. Yep, that's definitely what you were thinking, wasn't it? 100%
And then what
accurate,
color are
spot
we
on
gonna paint
completely.
this?
On the
Because
nose,
this is gonna be
bullseye.
the wood floor.
Bingo.
Let's see. Oh
Bada
no, we're
boom.
not gonna
As
make
I
it that.
alluded to earlier, Anubis's connection with so many aspects of the
Payment
afterlife meant
green?
that he was heavily worshipped throughout
No,
all
not
of
dead
Egypt,
fish.
with his main center of worship being the city of Kynopolis, which means
Heavy
city of
ochre?
dogs in Greek. But you're not gonna like how they honored him. They sacrificed dogs. I guess this is it for us, buddy. Archaeologists have found, no exaggeration,
I think I'll use a
millions
mixture of
mummified
tan
dog
and
remains
brown
in
for the
tombs throughout
floor.
Egypt.
Okay.
In fact, it's believed
So
there was an
let's
entire
go ahead
industry
and
built around
paint
farming and
this.
killing dogs just for this
Boom.
purpose. The city of
Okay.
Saqqara is where some of the most important royal burials, religious sites, and
And then we
funerary
got
monuments
all
are
our
located. And that also happens to be where the dog
paintbrushes.
catacombs were
So I'll paint
discovered,
this, and then while we
containing the
wait for this
remains
to
of
dry,
roughly
then
8
I'll watch
million
that
dogs.
video.
These dogs are believed to have been votive offerings, which are gifts to deities. Worshippers of Anubis gave him mummified dogs, jackals, and foxes in exchange for favors, like the protection of a deceased relative, and would even sometimes bury the dogs in the same grave as their relative. You couldn't get these votives just anywhere, though. The priesthood of Anubis oversaw the selling and distribution of the mummified dogs. And because death was so universal, all kinds of people would sacrifice these votives all the time, to the point where the priesthood would regularly clear the offerings away from the main hub and bury them in nearby sacred grounds, hence the dog catacombs. So I guess the silver lining here is that the citizens of ancient Egypt didn't have to do the dog
That's
murdering
not big enough.
themselves to get on Anubis's good
No.
side. But the bad news is you're gonna have to, because no one sells dog mummies anymore. Alright, Penny, I guess you're next.
That's gonna leave streaks.
I'm just kidding. Now, you would think that a god worth 8 million dog sacrifices would be featured in some pretty badass myths, right? Well, he's not. To be fair, there aren't a lot of surviving Egyptian myths in the first place, so I'm assuming that some stories have just been lost to the sands of time, but the previously mentioned stories
I think
where
we can
he
use
reassembles
that.
Osiris
Okay.
and then defends him are all that's been uncovered so far. There are some variants of his lineage that I haven't mentioned yet, like in
There we
some
go.
regions of Egypt, he's the son of Bastet,
So
the
we've
cat
got our
goddess,
thingy for
and in
paint.
others,
We've
he was
got
the son
our
of Set
colors.
and
So let's
Nephthys.
just go
Also,
ahead
his
and
brother
move
was the god of war,
this.
Wepwawet, who donned a wolf's head, but none of these fun facts are
Never.
attached to the story. That's why I called Anubis the god of minding his own business. He didn't get involved in major disputes unless it was absolutely necessary, and most of the time, it wasn't. Like other death deities we've discussed, Anubis spent most of his time doing his job, looking after the endless list of clients he was to escort, judge, and protect. I don't know about you guys, but for me, every time we come across a deity who stays out of the drama, it's like a breath of fresh air.
That
And
is
few
true.
and
That
far
is true.
between,
But I
if
think
you want to learn
out of
about some
all
others, check
the
out my episode on Thoth, the Egyptian
cultures in
god of
history, I
wisdom,
think the
and
Greek
Hestia, the Greek
had the
goddess of the heart. If you don't want to learn
most
more, then I at
gods.
least ask that you sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons to the gods, because those go a long way in
It's
supporting the
going
channel.
good.
And
It's going good so
we're at this
far.
point in the episode, so you had to
So
like it at
we
least a little
we're
bit,
not
right?
building.
Unless
We're
you're a
focusing
masochist.
on
I'll
this
see you all again
page
next Thursday when I
and
dive into the
this
messed up
page.
mythology
Those are
of
the
a
two
certain
pages we're
lesser
focusing
known
on.
Egyptian deity.
So
Until
yeah,
then, my name is
now
John
that I've
Solo,
figured
and
out how
remember,
to build everything,
shot
we're
first.
just gonna paint everything first, and then once it's painted. So I'm gonna paint this, wait for this to dry, watch the video Ursa's recommended me because I think I'm gonna need to take a break after I painted this. And then I'll continue painting the rest, and then as I wait for each piece to dry, then I can start like gluing everything together. So
Bloodshed,
yeah.
fratricide, incest, and magic tricks. There are not many stories in Egyptian mythology, but what they lack in quantity, they certainly make up in quality. If those are the qualities that appeal to you, then you're gonna love this episode on Horus, the chosen one of Egyptian mythology, the king of the gods and the god of kings. This guy endured more suffering and disappointment on his journey to the throne than those families who went to the Willy Wonka experience.
What is that? It's the Ender.
Before we dive into the story of how he earned his title and crown, though, we need to establish who Horus is first, which is not as simple as it sounds, because there's more than one Horus. Horus the Elder and Horus the Younger. Then, just to make it really fun, a few other versions of Horus that only appear in specific scenarios. Right now I want to focus on the Elder and the Younger, because if it wasn't already confusing enough, these two are as different as they are the same.
How does that make sense? These
Now,
two are
keep in mind
different
that I
just
am
as
not
much
an
as they're the
expert,
same.
and somewhere out there is a professor with suede elbow patches that can explain this better than me, but the way my monkey brain understands it is that Horus the Elder is a version of the god that existed earlier on the timeline. Egyptologists describe him as the first national god of Egypt and patron of the pharaoh, and as centuries went by, the Egyptian kingdom continued to evolve. Rulership changed along with the culture and religious beliefs, and somewhere along the way, Horus went from being Osiris's brother to his son. And so, the younger version was born. The elder Horus
How?
never became completely irrelevant. He was still revered and worshipped in certain parts of the kingdom, but other regions accepted Horus the Younger as the new god king and the stories that came with him. But let's get chronological and talk about the elder first.
How do you go
This
from brother
falcon-headed
to
god was the son of Geb and
Okay.
Nut. He was a primordial being who initiated creation by opening his eyes to dispel the darkness and chaos that consumed the universe. His right eye was the sun, his left eye was the moon, and his wingspan
Okay.
extended across the heavens, earning him the title Lord of the Sky. He was also affiliated with kings, justice, balance, and order. Those of you who are familiar with Egyptian mythology may have already noticed that Horus has some overlap with another primordial deity, Ra. Not only are they both falcon-headed gods, Ra is also credited as a
Okay.
creator, but his kingdom extended
Wait, can you
beyond
guys
the
see the
sky. He
painting
lorded over
though?
the earth and the
Let me just put this
underworld
back
as well.
on.
But if you go
Can
far
you guys
enough
see
along
the
the
paint? Oh no,
timeline,
not
the
really. So I
Egyptians'
need
new
to move
kingdom,
that.
Ra gets combined with Amun, while Horus is reimagined as Horus the
There we go.
Younger. Once again, I just want to reiterate that I'm oversimplifying things to a ridiculous degree, because
Okay.
this
So
timeline
now we've
isn't so
done
much
that.
a line as it
Okay.
is a web.
Then we're gonna
But if we
go
don't
over
acknowledge the
this
insane amount of
with
overlap there is between Egyptian
brown
deities,
ink.
I'm gonna get confused
So
on
I
how much
think
one
what I'm
could
gonna
not
do
attribute
is
certain
like
qualities
the
of Ra to
little
Horus and vice versa. The
lines.
truth is,
I'm
it's
gonna
all a big
use
mess.
this.
The ancient
So
Egyptians
let's
weren't
go
Kevin
ahead and
Feige.
do that
They
because
were
I've
not
got an
thinking
idea
of
of
this
how
in a
I'm gonna do
cinematic
it.
universe where all
But
the
let's go
pieces fit
ahead
together
and give it a
perfectly.
try.
Like any religion, these myths were open to interpretation and reimagination. With that said, now that you know who the Elder Horus is, we can move on to Horus the Younger, and his story is a doozy that you won't soon forget. I'm still reeling from the last time we talked about it, and this time around I've got even more disturbing details for you. No matter what Horus we talk about though, both figures blessed mankind with plenty
Okay,
of gifts.
I like
Today's
this brush.
sponsor, Ipsos Ice, can do the exact same thing in exchange
Okay.
for you just sharing your opinions. Wouldn't it be amazing if you could pay for your morning coffee, dog treats, or DLC just by giving your opinion? You're probably like, of course, John, but I live in the real world where dreams don't come true. Well, Ipsos Ice is not a dream. It's real, and they give you real rewards for simply sharing your opinion. By answering their surveys, you can easily win points toward gift cards for your favorite stores. Target, Walmart, Home Depot,
I'll try not to
Starbucks,
go over the
Kroger's.
lines here,
Me
but what do you
personally, I
guys
went with an
think?
Amazon
Like,
gift card is my reward because Amazon sells everything.
there we go.
and
What
I
do you
bought
guys
my
think?
dogs
Like
some
lights,
delicious
dark,
treats so they
lights,
know
and
how much
then
I love them. These are
dark.
simple surveys too. Not only do they relate to my interests so they never get boring, but they're also short enough that I can fly through one whenever I have downtime. Like when I was waiting for last week's episode to render, I just opened up Ipsos Ice and earned myself some points. Hit the link below and you can start earning rewards with Ipsos Ice today. The story of Horus the Younger's ascension to the throne may be the most famous story in all of Egyptian myth, But there are a ton of
Um,
details that get
Talk
left
about
out
an
of retelling because
incest.
modern society has conditioned us to feel uncomfortable when discussing certain topics. Fortunately for us, I don't have to make eye contact with you when I
Oh,
tell this story. I just gotta look
someone,
at a
but he
camera,
pulls
so we
that.
can cover all the
Ah,
messed up minutia. Though
then
I
he
may
goes.
have to speak in euphemisms so
Oh,
we can get past YouTube censors. So for those who don't know the story of Osiris and Set, you can listen to the full breakdown
oh
of that
wow.
myth in
Okay.
our episode on Osiris. But today I'm going to give you the extremely short version. To put it simply, Set, the god of chaos, was jealous over his brother Osiris getting to rule over the ancient world and hook up with both of their sisters, Isis and Nephthys. So he chopped Osiris into a bunch of little pieces and scattered them across Egypt. Osiris's wife manages to recover all of his pieces and resurrect him for a short while, but ultimately, since Osiris had died, he had to return to the land of the dead. Before leaving, though, he told Isis not to worry, because during his short time in the corporeal realm, he impregnated her with a son, and that son would go on to dethrone his evil uncle Set and save the world from his chaotic rulership. As you can
Ooh,
imagine, his
nice.
son was Horus, and the story of his childhood can vary wildly from source to source. Sometimes Isis goes into hiding to raise him, other times she gives him to a serpent goddess named Wadjet to raise him in secret so his uncle Set doesn't track him down and kill him, and in other instances, she hides him in a papyrus bush where he's nursed by a divine cow. You may have noticed this statue of Isis nursing child Horus shows him with a human head instead of his falcon one. That's another version-dependent detail. In some cases, Horus is born looking fully human, and in
Yeah,
others,
but
Isis feels his
aren't
beak
the
poking
Greek
her
and
abdomen.
Romans just
This
as
depends on your
crazy?
source and when and where
To be
that source came from.
honest.
Over the next few decades, Horus grows into an honorable and justice-oriented young god, and so he, his mother, and their supporters plead with the Aeneid, a governing body of 9 gods, to allow him to take his rightful place on the throne. As you might expect, though, Uncle Set wasn't just going to let them take the throne that he killed his own flesh and blood for, so he makes his case to the Aeneid as well. And unfortunately for Horus, Set has a powerful ally, the sun god Ra, who's acting as the supreme judge, because one of Set's main responsibilities was to ride on Ra's sky barge and defend reality against Apophis, also known as Apep, a primordial snake that embodies disorder and darkness. So when Set pointed out that only he was strong enough to keep Apophis at bay, Ra backed him up, because he'd witnessed their fights on multiple occasions, and they got wild. Unable to come to a unanimous vote, the Divine Nine decide that uncle and nephew will compete in a contest to determine the rightful ruler. And
Okay,
this
there
is
we
where
go.
things
What do you
get
guys think?
weird.
What do you guys think of the floor?
Bizarrely, for their contest, Set suggests that he and Horus both turn into hippos
Ah,
and stay underwater for 3 months, and whoever comes up for air first loses. Horus agrees to this and the contest begins, but after some time passes, Isis realizes that Set could pull his usual evil shenanigans while hiding under the water, so she tries to impale Set with a spear. Apparently this contest didn't have a ref, because I'm pretty sure that would be cheating. I guess that doesn't matter though, because Isis actually missed her first attempt and stabbed Horus instead.
oh,
Then she magically removed the spear and impaled Set with it, only for Set to use their brother-sister bond to convince her to heal him up as well. The contest ultimately ends in a stalemate, and Horus is furious at his mom for not taking out Set when she had the chance, and in his fury, he actually chops off her head.
it
Then he
does
sojourns into the
though.
desert alone, leaving her headless body to turn into a statue. When Ra finds out what Horus
Oh,
has
that is
done,
so
he's
satisfying. Did you see
instantly
how
infuriated,
satisfying
and
that
so he
line
orders a
was?
search for the young god. Set is the first to find him lying under a tree in a desert oasis, and he sneak attacks his nephew. Horus manages to get a few good hits in, and even tears off Set's testicles in some versions, but Set ultimately
Ew.
wins the fight by
Yeah, Ursus,
gouging
this
out
is the
one
one you were
or both of
talking
Horus's
about.
eyes and leaving him for dead. This myth is the origin of the Eye of Horus, an important Egyptian symbol representing good health and protection. In some cases, where the elder and younger Horus are syncretized, this story was used to explain why the sun is so much brighter than the moon, because remember, they were
They
thought
are,
of
they
as
are.
Horus's eyes. Lucky for Horus, though, he makes a full recovery thanks to the goddess Hathor rubbing gazelle milk into his eyes. Or in a different version, Thoth heals him up by using 11 magical herbs and spices. Either way, it isn't long before Ra learns about this encounter, and now enraged at both wannabe kings, he declares they have to make peace with each other, because the fighting is getting on everyone's nerves and distracting the gods from handling other important issues. Set, playing his usual trickster role, appears to accept the Aeneid's orders for reconciliation and invites his nephew into his home for dinner and drinks. Horus accepts, gorges on food, then passes out on the couch, much to Set's delight. This is where the euphemisms come in. Set takes out his trouser snake and injects some of his venom into Horus from behind. Then, a few days later, he reveals this heinous act to the Aeneid, saying that he dominated his nephew and was therefore entitled to the throne. As you can imagine, the Aeneid was both disgusted and angry.
Oh! Ew! Dude! What the fuck?
Not only had these two not resolved their issues like they promised they would, they were performing filthy, incestuous acts on each other. Funnily enough,
Yeah,
though,
that's
they
just
weren't disgusted with Set for dominating Horus. Rather, they shamed Horus for allowing his uncle to do that.
What?
Horus
What?
couldn't help but laugh at their insults, though, because he had an ace up his sleeve that none of them knew about. He told the Aeneid that Set was the one who was dominated, and if they wanted to find out the truth, they simply had to summon each of their venoms to see where they came out of. The ruling gods did just that, and to their amazement, Set's venom floated out of the nearby river, proving that Horus was never really dominated. Meanwhile, Horus's venom shot out of Set's head, showing that he was the submissive one. But how did Horus manage to pull off this switcheroo? Well, it turns out he was only pretending to be asleep when Set squirted on him, and instead of letting it go inside him, Horus caught it with his hand.
What?
He then brought the handful of baby batter to his mother Isis, who had apparently forgiven him for the whole beheading thing, and together they devised a plan. Firstly, Isis chopped off Horus's contaminated hand and threw it in the river. Then she used magic to make him a new one. Next, Horus gave her some of his own baby batter, and she spread it on the lettuce growing in Set's garden, knowing that this was his favorite snack. This resulted in Set eating the salty, zinky lettuce without realizing what he was really ingesting, and ultimately embarrassing himself in front of the governing council of gods. Unwilling to accept defeat, Set challenged Horus to one last contest, racing handcrafted boats made of solid stone. And this one would be for all the marbles. At this point, Horus is getting a little tired of constantly competing with his uncle, but he relents and the two get to work making their boats. But as where Set chops off a mountain peak and molds it into a boat, Horus gets tricksy and crafts a boat out of pine wood, then covers it with a layer of limestone plaster so it appears to be made of solid rock. And as you can imagine, this contest doesn't last long. The two boats launch, and Set's immediately sinks, while Horus's effortlessly floats. And when Set sees this, he freaks out, turns into a hippo, and smashes Horus's boat into pieces. Now, would you believe me if I said Horus still wasn't named king after this? I agree. It's getting a little ridiculous at this point. Even if Set was technically a stronger god, Horus has been able to outsmart him time and time again. So why are
There
the
we go.
Aeneids still split on this issue?
Oh my
Well,
word, that looks
unfortunately
so
for Horus, the
nice.
loudest voice of dissent
Ah,
was
I
Set's son
love the.
Ra
Oh,
himself.
this is so
And to
pretty.
settle this dispute once and for all, Ra wrote a letter to Osiris seeking counsel. As you would expect, Osiris was a strong supporter of his son Horus and not the brother who murdered him for his throne. So he sent his vote to the Aeneid along with a good old-fashioned threat. You see, at this point, Osiris had fully embraced his position as the Lord of the Underworld, and he made it clear that he would use this to his advantage by sending out hordes of bloodthirsty undead beings to rip out the heart of anyone who disobeyed his wishes. Considering that Osiris was proof that gods were not immortal and could be killed, the Aeneid found this to be a viable threat. I mean, a convincing argument. So they finally relented and blessed Horus with the position.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, I think I'm gonna do the red trimming first, because if I go over, then I can like just paint over that. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the red trimming first and see how.
He did get a consolation prize though. Ra announced that Set would be joining him in the sky and that his voice would be the sound of thunder, which is quite the demotion, but still pretty cool. Now, at risk of making this episode even more messy, I want to add there are many variations of Horus's ascension and feud with Set. For example, Egyptologists have found art depicting a peaceful resolution to their feud, where the two are tying together the plants that represent Egypt's upper and lower kingdoms. This version is believed to be depicting Horus the Elder, though, not Horus the Younger, meaning that Horus and Set are brothers in this portrayal. Alternatively, there are variants where that ridiculous contest doesn't happen at all. Instead, Horus and Set battle armies for the throne. Similar to their fight in the contest myth, this battle results in Horus losing his eye and Set losing his balls. Chances are there are still more variants out there, so if you've come across one that I didn't mention, leave it in a comment down below. But now that Horus has his crown and control over all of Egypt, one question remains. How did the ancient Egyptians worship him? So with Horus being the king of the gods and ruler of this realm, you can imagine that he was a pretty big deal to the Egyptians. We don't have a ton of information about how they worshipped him, but the little bit that we do know paints a pretty clear picture. For instance, the pharaohs who ruled over Egypt were believed to be gods themselves. There's debate over to what extent, like the ancient people probably realized the pharaoh was human, but they also understood he had a connection with the divine because of his position as king. With this in mind, pharaohs were seen as descendants of Ra, the sun god, and as embodying the qualities of Horus, who embodied kingship itself. As one of their most significant deities, the Egyptians partied hard in Horus's honor. The Feast of Victory
There we
was
go,
celebrated
guys.
every
Oh
year
my
in the
word, that is
region
so
of Edfu in
stressful.
southern
Ah,
Egypt at the
okay,
Temple
so
of
this is gonna
Horus.
be
The main
purple,
event
and
was
then
a
this is gonna
theatrical
be black.
recreation of Horus's battle with Set. Not the extended version that we covered, but the short version where the two just get an army and start brawling. Horus was represented by the pharaoh, or a priest acting as a proxy, and he would use a harpoon to beat the hell out of a hippo effigy. Though I'm gonna choose to believe he dueled the real hippopotamus, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. After the dramatic performance concluded, the festival attendees would devour a massive hippopotamus-shaped cake, something they believed endowed them with Set's power. Now, like all gods, Horus received his fair share of sacrifices and temples erected in his honor, but what's really unique about his worship is the Eye of Horus. It was inscribed on everything from boats to amulets, with an impressive number of mummies being found rocking these things. Wearing the Eye of Horus was like the ancient equivalent of wearing a mask during COVID. Not because the pharaoh issued a mandate forcing people to wear them, he didn't, but many saw them as an effortless way to protect themselves against the forces of evil. So in addition to being a fashion piece, carvings of it could also be found in temples, on boats, on weapons, and in the homes of Egyptian citizens. For a hot second, I thought it would make a pretty cool tattoo, but
Oh,
then I
it's
found
Mama
out that
Bear.
Drake has one. And that's like finding out your grandma has one. It's just kinda lame now. You know what? I shouldn't have said that. That was an insult to grandmas. At least grandmas are capable of being cool. No worries though, because I have a much doper custom Egyptian tattoo that I like more. Kinda weird that I got this and then immediately took a 6-month break from Egyptian content, but I'm back now, and I want to hear your thoughts on Horus's mythology. So comment them below, as well as any recommendations you have for other Egyptian gods that we should cover. If you enjoyed this video and want more entertaining, educational, and very messed up content in your sub box, remember to sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons to the gods. Then follow Messed Up Origins on social media for extended versions of the shorts that you see here on YouTube. I'll see you all again next week when I dive into some deeply disturbing Celtic folklore. Until then, my name
Ooh,
is John Solo, and
Celtic!
remember,
I
John
would
shot
love to
first.
listen to the Celtic folklore.
how much you like your job, there's probably someone at your workplace that you despise with your entire being. It's like a rule
Yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah.
universe or something. There's always got to be one. Dr. Cox had Dr.
See, when I
Kelso,
was in
Dwight
school,
Schrute
I
had
took
Jim
more
Halpert,
interest
Ron
in Greek
Burgundy had
mythology
Veronica
than what I
Corningstone,
did
but
in
while these
Egyptian
feuds ultimately led
mythology
to
or
mutual respect and
Viking
frequent visits to
mythology or
Pleasure Town,
Celtic
rivalries
mythology.
between the gods rarely end the same way. More often than not, someone ends up chopped into a bunch of tiny pieces and left to rot in the desolate wastes of the underworld, or cursed to suffer some other kind of twisted torment for all eternity. Today's subject is no exception. Apophis, or Apep, whichever you'd like to call him, is a primordial snake from Egyptian mythology and the living embodiment of chaos. Even more ancient than the gods themselves, he bore witness to the creation of our universe and will eventually observe its inevitable destruction. Until that day comes, he'll continue to battle the gods on a daily basis, with the unshakable goal of causing their demise and with it, the death of us all. Sounds like a lovely guy, doesn't he? Before we dive into his mythology,
Why
though,
does
I
that
just want
sound
to say
like
thank you for
that's
all the
been
love you guys have shown our
inspired by the
Divine
Bible?
Destinations drop. For those who missed it, Mere Mortals partnered with the unofficial Underworld Tourism Board to produce travel posters for underappreciated divine destinations. The frozen landscapes of Helheim, the raging infernos of Tartarus, and of course, the sunny, sandy dunes of the Duat. Thanks to you, this is already our most successful merch drop of all time, and I'm happy to report that we still have inventory left. Just go to meremortals.store or hit the link in the description and pinned comment to get yourself 1, 2, or even all 3 posters if you want to secure that sweet discount. Just make sure to go quick because supplies are limited, and once we sell out, they're going to be gone forever. Just like our universe when Apophis is done with it. Speaking of, you might have been surprised or even not believed me when I said that Apophis is more ancient than all the other gods, but 'tis true. His existence kinda reminds me of one of my all-time favorite lines from Adventure Time. Before there was time, before there was anything, there was nothing. And before there
Uh,
was nothing,
okay, I
there were
see.
monsters.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Is that not one of the scariest phrases you've ever heard? If not, I blame my delivery. Ron Perlman does a way better job, but Cartoon Network doesn't understand what fair use is, so I can't play the audio. Anyway, the rumors are true. In Egyptian myth, Apophis was the oldest thing to ever exist. We haven't talked a ton about the Egyptian creation story, and I'm not going to go super detailed on it today because I plan on
Yeah,
doing
so
a full
I'm just
episode
need
breaking it
to
down in the future, but his
paint
presence at the
this
dawn of
half.
creation is
I feel
specifically
like I need
mentioned
to
by the
paint
coffin
that like
texts.
black or
The coffin
something, the
texts are a collection of
centerpiece.
thousands of
Or
spells,
maybe a different
incantations, and
color.
other religious writings that the ancient Egyptians believed aided the spirits of the dead as they navigated their way through the afterlife. The dead were able to use the spells painted on their coffins to bypass hazards like Bobby the Baboon, who feasted on the entrails of any poor souls who wandered by his lava lake, and to look more favorably in the eyes of the judges who attended their heart-weighing ceremony and determined the quality of the life they lived. The coffin texts also contain a few myths, including 2 variations of the creation story. In one version, the universe is composed entirely of the dark waters of chaos known as Noon, and the only resident was Apophis, who spent his days happily swimming through the endless void without a care in the world, because there was no world to care about. But then, something unexpected happened. Out of this void rose Atum, who stood on the primordial mound and began creating the universe that we inhabit today. He was accompanied by Heka, the personification of magic, and using magic he created order within the chaos, and the first sunrise took place. Now I don't know if you've seen the sun lately, but it is bright as shit. And you can imagine that after Apophis had spent infinite lifetimes in the comfortable darkness of chaos, he wasn't exactly happy about this change that no one ran by him. Life was good when the universe was one unified whole, but the introduction of order created dualities and opposites. Water and land, light and dark, male and female, and in Apophis's mind, this was needlessly complicated. Since he witnessed the sun's creation, he knew that it was the source of all this binary bullshit. So he made it his mission in life to destroy the sun and plunge reality back into cozy chaos.
I will destroy you. I will make it my mission in life.
In an alternative version of this story, Apophis did not exist before creation began, but he was pretty damn close. In this story, the creation goddess Neith is the one who rose out of the primordial chaotic waters instead of Atum. And you know how when you go swimming, sometimes water ends up in your mouth and you have to spit it out? Well, that happened with Neith, and the water she spit out became Apophis, who quickly swam away before he could be caught. His goal in this version remains the same though: destroy the sun and return this realm to its chaotic, natural state. The majority of Apophis' mythos revolves around his rivalry with the sun, who the ancient Egyptians believed was a separate deity named Ra, and the Egyptians also believed their rituals could tip the scales of their battles. Because Apophis' goal was the annihilation of all life, he had no worshippers in ancient Egypt. In fact, they did the exact opposite
Okay,
of
so
worship
this side
him.
is a little
Their
bit
rituals
darker,
and
so I'm
ceremonies
just gonna
served the
see if I
singular
can
purpose
maybe
of sabotaging him in his fight and
lighten
empowering
that
his
up a bit.
enemies. His enemies consisted of many of the gods that we've discussed on this show previously. Horus, the god of kings; Taweret, the goddess of fertility who protected women as they brought new life into this world; and even Set, another god of chaos. But what made Set different from Apophis was his desire for power. While he wanted a kingdom of chaos, he knew there would be no kingdom left if Apophis was successful. Apophis already had all the power he needed. As one of the oldest beings in existence, the Egyptians considered him just as powerful as Ra, which is why Ra needed the help of gods and man to defend himself. Now for a second, I want to pause all this destruction talk and focus on creation, because like Hatum, you can create something beautiful with our sponsor, Squarespace. Because if you're looking to make some extra money, grow your brand or business, or establish your own unique online identity, Squarespace is the service you want to use. Their new guided design system, Squarespace Blueprint, lets you choose from a huge library of curated layouts that are tailored to fit your brand perfectly and look great on any device. Then unleash your creativity with their revolutionary Fluid engine, boasting reimagined drag-and-drop technology that allows for limitless customization options. From there, the specifics are based on what your goal is. Add galleries of your artwork, manage your inventory if you're selling that artwork, or even schedule appointments if you want to teach your customers to make artwork themselves. Don't be like my buddy who paid someone to design a website for him, wasn't happy with the end product, and then had to pay someone else to do it right. I showed him how easy it was to set up and make tweaks to messeduporigins.com, which I built with Squarespace, and his word-for-word response was, why didn't I just do that? Be smarter than my friends. Go to squarespace.com/JohnSolo to start your free trial, and when you see why people love them so much, you can use code JohnSolo to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. As powerful as the gods are, they've never been able to get by without the help of mankind. Whether it's sacrifices, ritual dances, or kingdom-wide celebrations in their honor, these traditions are a major source of their power.
Okay, I'm gonna have to
And
wait
in
for
the
this
case
to
of
dry.
Apophis and Ra,
Actually,
could
you know what?
make
Let's
or
grab
break them
this
in that day's
paintbrush.
fight. You see, according to the mythos, Ra sailed across the sky every day on his solar barge, and this journey reflected the sun's journey as it rose in the east and set in the west. And every
Just
night,
paints.
Apophis would attack the sail barge and everyone on board. The passengers of the sail barge varied. At one point, Set was the main god responsible for defending the barge from Apophis' paralyzing gaze, but as time went on, other gods joined the fight. Which one specifically depended on where in Egypt you lived,
Okay, there we
as
go.
different cities had different patron deities.
So
As I
there we
mentioned,
go. There's
mankind
the
also played a
carpet. So
pivotal
we're just
role in
gonna do
these
this.
battles.
Guys,
Not
look at
only
my
were the
hands.
spirits who passed the Heartland
Look at my
ceremony
hands.
responsible for defending the boat
Okay.
and putting themselves at risk of the snake devouring their soul, but mere mortals still living in Egypt also performed rituals meant to weaken Apophis and empower Ra. One of the ancient texts created during the New Kingdom between 1750 and 1069 BCE, nice, was known as the Book of
Okay, so now we're gonna be
Overthrowing
using
Apophis, but it would
charcoal.
go on to be called Overthrowing Primordial Demons for Dummies. As the name suggests, it contained vital instructions for the rituals and spells that gave the gods aligned with order a much-needed edge by nerfing Apophis into oblivion. The most common methods for weakening Apophis relied on effigies. Priests and their followers would
Okay, that
mold
will be
models of Apophis out of clay or
perfect.
draw illustrations on papyrus and then destroy them. But there is an important caveat that makes these rituals so
Ooh,
much
okay,
better.
this is not
Evidently,
gonna
it was
work.
believed
Okay, I'm
that
gonna have to go
acknowledging
over the
snake's
room
existence in any way,
with
like saying his
red
name,
again.
drawing his picture, or creating action figures of him, made him stronger. It was basically like injecting him with steroids and rocket fuel. As a result, it was mandatory that every single representation of Apophis show him dead or dying. You can see for yourself. There is no shortage of illustrations depicting Apophis being stabbed in the head and body by either one or multiple gods, including Ra himself in his feline form, known as Mao. Just put yourself in Apophis' shoes for a second. I know he's a snake and doesn't have shoes, but I bet he could wear a giant flip-flop. That's besides the point. He was the universe's very first resident, and every depiction of him shows him bloody and bruised. That would be like if you were looking at old photo albums with your grandkids, and they only had pictures where, at best, you blinked when the flash went off, and at worst, you were shitting your pants while someone stabbed you in the skull. It is a brutal way to be remembered. Though, if we were going to take this analogy all the way, you would have spent every day of your hypothetical life trying to burn your family's house down with them locked inside it. So maybe you would deserve that legacy. Now you might think, because the universe is still here today, that Ra and his entourage went undefeated against Apophis, but 'tis not the case. Because no matter how many times Apophis was killed and chopped up into tiny little pieces, he would be fully restored the following night, ready to do battle all over again. It was an endless cycle that the ancient Egyptians likely knew they would never fully win, but on the other hand, they couldn't exactly lose either, because on the occasions where Apophis was successful and swallowed Ra whole, their prayers and rituals would restore him by the next morning. Apophis's dubs were distinguished by days where the sun was hidden from view, when the sky was filled with clouds, rain poured from the heavens, and thunder blasts rang through the kingdom. But like all things, these miserable days would eventually pass and the sun would rise again. What has to be my favorite part of Egyptian mythology, and even the others that we discuss on this show, is the active role that mankind plays. Not only in stories where gods descend from the heavens and shake things up for us mortals with fires, floods, and sweet, sweet lovemaking, but the rituals and ceremonies. The ancient Egyptian religion encouraged the idea that mankind played a pivotal role in maintaining the order of the universe. They didn't think of the
What do you
sun
guys
as a
think of
really
this so
bright
far? Do you
circle
guys
floating through
like?
the sky, whether they
I'm
liked it
sorry
or
I'm
not.
so
It
quiet.
was an
That's just
actual
because I'm
god that required the
concentrating and I'm
support of
focusing,
mankind to
and I'm gonna have
survive
to
this
go over the
perilous
red
journey.
again.
I think the rituals that
So,
empowered
yeah.
Ra in his fight were also meant to empower the ancient Egyptians in their own internal struggles against chaos. They served as a daily reminder to not take your life or society for granted, because it took the collective effort of countless others to ensure either of those exist. But they were still fragile, and by not doing your part to contribute, by not giving this life the best that you've got, you're inviting the forces of chaos to destroy you. Apophis may have had the physicality of a snake, but the chaos he embodied could be found as much in the outside world as the inside. Tornadoes, fires, floods, tsunamis, addiction, disease, poverty, and malice. So the next time you find
Oh,
yourself
no,
at
no,
a
no,
low
no,
point
it's
where
fine, it's
chaos
fine.
and disorder have taken their toll, do what the Egyptians did and fight back. There are countless battles to come, but when you look back on your life, you'll know whether you won the war. In other words, don't give in to the hedonistic pleasure monkey part of your brain that wants to spend all day scrolling TikTok and eating pizza rolls, because you're gonna die a big fat blob and your family's gonna have to get your body cremated at the zoo. Or wherever they cremate elephants. Assuming elephants get
Wow.
cremated, I'm gonna go look that up. But while you're here, I would love to know your thoughts on what we covered today. Did you know much about Apophis before this episode? Do you feel equipped to do battle with him now? If you're watching this on YouTube, let me know in a comment down below. If you're watching on a podcast platform, because we do have video on podcast platforms now, then share your thoughts with me telepathically, because we don't have a comment section yet. Also, remember to sacrifice those like and subscribe buttons, because that keeps us on the algorithm god's good side, and get your Divine Destinations posters before they're gone. Link to meremortals.store is in the description and pinned comment. I'll see you all again next Thursday. Until then, my name is John Solo, and remember, John
John
shot
shot
first.
first. Okay, so I'm just gonna go over this part with the red again, because as you can see, like some of it went on the red. I just want to fill up some of these areas that might be a little bit more lighter than what they should be. Okay. So what
In
I'm gonna
Greek
do
myth,
is
gods were not always born gods. I mean, a lot of them were, particularly the Olympians, but there were also demigods, half god, half mortals, who earned their divine status by accomplishing incredible feats that were thought to be impossible for us lowly mortals. Asclepius, the son of Apollo and the OG miracle worker, sorry Anne Sullivan, was granted the title God of Medicine by Zeus himself, though this happened after Zeus murdered Asclepius to punish him for resurrecting the dead and disrupting the divine order. When Apollo complained to Zeus and shamed him for needlessly killing his own grandson, Zeus must have felt guilty because he tried to make good on his mistake by plucking Asclepius' soul out of Hades and bringing it to Olympus. Heracles is another famous one, probably the most famous one. The gods blessed him with immortality after he completed his 12 labors. Then, after his physical form was destroyed in the most painful way possible, his immortal soul was welcomed into Olympus.
I'll
From
read
then on,
I'll
mortals
read your
worshipped
comment
him as a
now,
god and
Ursa.
believed him to be the divine protector of mankind. This process, where a mere mortal is deified, is known as apotheosis, and as you'll soon see, this can happen in a number of unique ways. I've got 3 stories to tell you today about mortals who went God mode, and each one exemplifies different qualities the ancient Greeks found godly in nature. So I'm curious to hear which of these qualities you think you embody the most, because that could be your ticket to godhood. I'm not holding back this episode. This isn't one of those, we're covering 3 gods today, and you're definitely gonna want to hear number 3, who just so happens to be at the very end so I can increase my retention time. Every single one of these myths is a banger and reveals something new
It's a
about the inner
banger.
workings of the Greek mythos. Real quick though, I do want to mention this is the last week our Divine Destinations posters will be on sale. As some of you know, my personal life is about to get a lot more busy, so the wife and I gotta take a break on fulfilling orders. So make sure to get your order in by the end of the month so you can show off your underworld souvenirs to all the restless shades haunting your house, or secure the perfect Yuletide gift for your favorite pagan. Hit the link in the description or go to meremortals.store
Guys, what do you
to
think of the
secure yours before
carpets?
they're unlisted forever. Now, the Greek gods tried to avoid directly
What do you think
involving
of the
themselves in
carpets?
human affairs. Instead, they did it remotely,
Okay, so
often
as
through
we
a
wait
proxy.
for
In
this to
some
dry,
cases,
let's
where
go
creepy
ahead
mortals had to
and
be punished,
watch the
that
video that
proxy takes the
Ursus
form of a
recommended.
plague, a monster, or a natural disaster.
So we're
But
just
other
gonna wait
times,
for
the
this to
gods would
dry.
reveal themselves to a single exceptional human and assign them a divine mission, or assist them with one.
Something goes, hey, check this shit out. Burns his eyes out with a star. Have you played? No, I have not played the Fallout games. Sorry, I had to answer. No, you're fine, you're fine. Fan theory says that the followers. Wait, hold on. The followers of Atom in the series are protected by Atom because the pronunciations are the same. Like they don't really get the idea, but they got the spirit. So he keeps them safe from. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah. And like I just like the red trimming in the middle. I don't know if I can make it brighter or if I should make the mouse thingies here like a different color, or if I should paint them red, or if I should paint it black just to, give it that extra pop of color, or do a different color over it. Like I'm not sure. Okay, what am I looking for again? Gordon Ramsay noodle redneck? Is that what I'm looking for? I don't know. I'm just gonna see. Is it this one? Gordon Ramsay. Okay, there we go. Learns, not learns. Learns to noodle. Da, da, da. Which one is it? Because there's quite a few of them. Ursus, if you think you can find me a link of that video, can you just post it in stream chat and then I can just click on the link? Yeah. I know, right?
No matter how much you like your job, there's probably
No.
someone at your workplace.
You're supposed to be on pause. Pause. You're supposed to be playing.
This is
Thank you.
Oklahoma, one of the many places in America where catfish is high on the menu.
Sorry guys,
It
I'm
has
just
a
getting a
similar
lot of
taste to
messages
coral,
today. I don't know why. I just
and
want to
the
see
rivers,
what's
lakes, and
going on.
swamps of the American South are crawling with this delicious fish. This little beauty here is cod and chips to the locals. It's the most amazing fillets of catfish. They've been coated in cornmeal, lightly fried, and they taste absolutely fucking delicious. You can only buy farmed catfish in Oklahoma. If you want to experience the taste of it wild, you need to catch them yourself.
Oh, Mr. Ramsey.
How are you, sir? I'm going to be taught to noodle for mine by local champion Lee McFarlane. I'm excited to be here. Noodling, tell me what it's...
But it's the act of getting in the water and catching giant catfish with your bare hands.
And what's the chances of being bitten?
It'll be like a pit bull.
Ready?
When he grabs hold of you, he'll bite you and make you say words you haven't said in a long time.
You fucker. You can't noodle on your own, so we're taking the family with us. It'll be like fishing with the Waltons, but hopefully their expertise will ensure we grab a decent catch. This is Lee's prized patch, Carl Blackwell Lake, a stretch of water 6 miles long and 4 miles wide. The clay turns the water a murky orange colour, which makes what I'm about to do 10 times harder. Now, usually I'd cast the line out and wait all day for a bite, hoping to land a big fucking catfish. But here on this lake, they noodle. So basically, all you need is a big pair of hands and a big pair of bollocks. This lake is teeming with catfish, and Lee knows it like the back of his hand. We're heading to his best noodling spots with cousin Mark and his son-in-law Josh. So how do we see them?
You won't see him.
So it'll be like feeling in the dark.
Blind.
Yeah, and the minute it snaps first time, bang.
Grab hold of it.
Grab hold of it. Catfish hide in cracks and holes below the surface. The Native Americans thought grabbing them by hand was the best way to find food, and people have been noodling here ever since.
Yeah,
First, we need
no,
to find the holes on
I've
the bed of
tried.
the
I've
lake
caught a
using
fish
our
before.
feet.
I don't like the feeling of a fish in your hands. They're so weird.
You ain't gonna see.
Do you know what I mean? And I'm using my feet and my hands, and I'm like fishing blind.
You're hunting.
Surrounded by bushland, the lake is full of black snakes and snapping turtles. I'm wearing gloves to prevent my fingers being bitten off whilst I go under and dig deep. Nothing else down there.
Nothing else is in there.
I think Gordon Ramsay wanted to do this.
By going underwater, I could reach as far into the holes as possible. Fuck.
Long ways back there, isn't it? Feel how big that hole gets?
Yeah, it's big. It's big all the way through. We also check holes in the riverbanks, which are easier to get to, but just as dangerous. This feels so strange, sticking your hand in a fucking hole waiting for fish to bite you so you can grab it by the gills and pull the fucker out.
Oh, he's coming to you, Mark. He's right, Mark.
Leah's found our first catfish and is attaching a rope through its mouth underwater to help stop it escaping.
Boy, man, let's see what you got.
Fucking nose kicking like that. He then leaves me to do the hard bit, pulling the fish out of his hole.
Shit. I see it.
Oh,
Fucking nose.
damn.
Fuck! Bloody hell. But success is brief. 1 minute is in my hands and the next it slips off the rope and gets away.
Come on, rookie.
Sorry, guys.
That's part of the game.
I love how chill they are. That's part of the
Another
game.
location on the lake. And in less than 20 minutes, Leah's found another one.
Feel that hole under there?
This time, it wasn't going anywhere.
You'll have to go under.
Yeah.
Block the hole.
He's there.
You got him?
Yep. Oh shit! No, he's just bit me.
He bit you? Slide him here.
Shit.
Ooh, hell yeah.
That's enough. Shit. That's a good one.
We are going to eat fish.
This looks like so much fun though. I would hate it, but it looks like so much
These
fun.
boys will tell you this is by far the best way to bag a decent catch. Oh, fuck me, he's a big one. Look at that beauty. Lovely. And our catch was proof I was fishing with some of the best noodlers in the business.
Bring him up.
Shit. Oh, shit. Jesus Christ, there's some weight in there. Huh? Fuck. Good job.
We'll cut their tails and let them bleed.
Ready?
Yeah, because if you don't, you'll have a lot of blood in that meat.
Yeah, that's like we do to a pig.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? That's amazing. I never knew you had to drain them. And your father showed you this way.
Ew.
My father taught me all this.
Fuck.
Ew, that's nasty.
Properly now, I've got to skim one and then fillet one.
Just
Okay.
do one.
Yeah.
What you got? If you look right here, you just barely want to pierce the skin. Here's the next thing.
Mmm.
Lee makes skinning the catfish look easy. Now it's my turn.
Under the bone.
Under the bow,
Tough, isn't it?
modern day times, fucking pair of pliers and a penknife.
Going down like taking your socks off.
Gee,
There you go.
unbelievable.
Now he's ready to flay.
Look how white that flesh is.
But if we wouldn't have cut the tail,
Yeah.
that'd been all solid red down through there. One as white as that.
God, it's so tough. So why are they so cheap?
Because they're raising them in ponds. These are wild, and the taste is a lot different because these are bigger.
See, I just think everyone's got the wrong impression for catfish, you know that?
They do. These are the best eating.
From that big mother, that is delicious. Freshly noodled catfish, skinned, filleted, and now we're going to cook them Cajun style. I'm making a delicious fiery marinade using paprika, cayenne pepper, and dried thyme. That makes the fish a lot more fragrant. Tablespoon of garlic powder, seasoned with salt, pepper, and olive oil. The juice of 2 lemons helps to season the fish, and more importantly, it works the marinade a lot quicker. Give that a little mix. From there, roll the catfish around the marinade. Already the catfish is starting to absorb that marinade, and then from there, heat the pan, nice and hot, olive oil in.
Sorry guys, I couldn't watch that. That's just like, oh no, I can't watch things like that, like skinning and
Flavour, and that's why it's Cajun style. Deglaze with white wine to take the kick out of the spices and to keep the fish moist.
Really?
We're going to make our vinaigrette.
I don't know if I've ever tried catfish.
Fresh lemon juice, salt, pepper, and a tablespoon of white wine vinegar.
Damn.
Time. Nice.
Have you ever noodled Ursus?
Salad on, touch of vinegar over there. Before the catfish comes out, a nice drop fresh lemon. Beautiful, look at that, lovely.
Oh, that's making me hungry
Once
though.
the catfish has cooled down, all I'm going to do now is just get the catfish and just open up. And look at that really nice blackened flavour on the outside. Lay inside
Okay.
the lettuce, and that has to be the most amazing way of eating catfish. Right.
Maybe I should try and make fish like that one day.
That's delicious.
And fast.
Huh? And fast.
And healthy.
The flavour in that catfish is extraordinary. You normally fry yours. This, Josh, is an alternative, a lot healthier. So next time you're noodling, you can fit down all those little cracks. Yeah?
Did
Please?
he redeem himself, guys?
Am I officially a redneck now?
You're a redneck.
Thank you. That's one trip I'll never forget, I can assure you.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Spinach,
paint the
chicory,
bottom
fruit, say
like
iceberg.
red, orange, and yellow. I'm gonna be mixing these colors. I'm gonna be mixing these colors for the fireplace, and then this is gonna be painted black, and then the top is gonna be painted white. So it's gonna have like a white top, a black trimming. So maybe I'll paint like the whole thing white and then just give it like a charcoal trimming, and then just paint this like with red, orange, yellow to kind of reflect the light of the fire. So I'm going to see how that's going to look. So I'm just going to take this and I'm going to go ahead and put this to one side. Just want to see something. Yeah. Yeah. I might have to paint this the brown color. So let me just paint this area the brown color real quick. I think was it this brush? Oh, was this brush? Yeah, it was this brush. Okay, where's the brown? Ooh. I think I'm gonna give the YouTube videos a break and then just like focus on this for now. Do, 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 do. Have you had catfish before, Double? Well, I assume so because otherwise you wouldn't have said that. There is one type of fish that I've never had, and this is a South African this is a South African dish that I would love to have one day, which I've never had, called snook. Oh, I would love to try snook one day. Okay, why are you coming out a lot? Oh, maybe because there's still black on this paintbrush. Maybe that's why. But I don't mind this corner being a little bit darker because this is the fireplace. So maybe some charcoal got onto here, and that's why this corner is a little bit darker. And because of all the wood and ash, it gives a character. I could imagine myself being one of these little mice living in this little, book nook corner thing. Okay, so let's go ahead, leave that to dry. So I'm just going to put this one side. Then the bottom we're going to do in these three colors. So let's go ahead and do that. Oh, wait, let me show you guys real quick. So, so this is snook, but let me see if I can find images. So that's the actual fish. Oh wow, that gets so big. Snook dish. So this is how snook looks like, basically cooked. Okay, this is making me hungry. Okay, I'm done. I'm done looking at this. I'm done. I'm gonna get hungry and I'm gonna start eating the paint in front of me. Guys, I'm joking. I'm joking. Please do not take that out of context. I'm joking when I say that. It's making me so hungry. Actually, since we've already got red on this plate, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna grab orange and yellow and mix it in. Okay, guys, how do you think this is gonna look? How do you think this is gonna look? Oh, wow. That actually looks nice. Ooh, that looks nice though. Okay, I'm gonna put that to one side. Set a party boat with some. Oh, lovely. That must have been fun. Okay, so this is gonna be white. This is gonna be white. So let's go ahead and clean our brush properly. Like actually clean our brush. And let me just grab the tissue here. Mm. Okay, there we go. Okay, how did that happen though? Like, what made the fish so attracted to you guys? Like, guys, I will be right back. My mom's just phoning me, so please hold on for 5 seconds. Hello, mommy. Okay. And I'm back. Okay, so my mom's on her way. So Mama Bear's mom is on her way. I think I need to do a couple of more layers of this white to get this really, really white. And I need to figure out what direction I'm gonna keep painting it in. Okay. So an upward direction. Can you guys actually see, or am I just pulling this away from the camera? There we go. I'm just gonna paint this part and then I have to go open for my mom and then I have to go free the bladder, guys. Okay, I think that's white enough. And also it will give this enough chance to dry just so I can give it a charcoal outline. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. So I'm just gonna let this dry and I am going to see, I think I'm going to die here and sleep for 27. Mumsy, don't say that. And then being worked like a no, Mumsy. But anyway, so that's the bottom for the fire. This is the inside, and the white is going to be on top. And then we're just going to do a black rim. I'm just going to go see if my mom's here. Then I have to open up for her, and then I need to go free the bladder, and I'll be right back. Bye. And I'm back. Okay, so now we're just gonna paint the top white. Okay, maybe just make this a little bit more wet. Okay, so we're gonna go diagonally this time. There we go. Choo! Ooh! There we go. Okay, so now that's painted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put a little black rim around here. Guys, look at how much. Look. My mom's gonna be jealous now. She's gonna want this when I'm done with it. It's a book nook. It's like a little mouse house that you put at the end of a shelf. Yeah, my mom's gonna want this when I'm done with it. I can already see it on her face. Okay. There's other things on it here. That's not my style. Yeah, but that's a DM scream. It's used for Dungeons and Dragons. So you would have no use for it. And this is for Jack. I know, I'm hilarious. See, you guys, my mother blessed you guys with a hilarious child. The glares I'm getting from my mom. The glares I'm getting from my mom. I thought you wanted coffee. Now my mom's threatening me. She says I'm not too old for hidings. I love you too. Mm. Guys, my mom doesn't believe me when I say I love her. Chat, just to make things clear, my mom's not a dragon. But so, Yeah, here it's raining, so it goes from like a little bit cold to hot. They're not saying anything about you. Oh wait, sorry, I'm not showing this on camera. I'm sorry. So all I did was grab the brush and then just go around, like around this arch. I don't know if I should make it a bit thicker or if I should leave it that thin. What do you think? Yes, I'm asking your opinion, mommy. What do you think? Should I leave it that thin or make it a bit thicker? Leave it thin and see what it looks like. Okay, we can later on make it thicker. My mom said that I was making her sound like a dragon. So, what do you think of the floor and the carpets? Very nice. See, this is a fireplace, so this is gonna go here like that, and then that's gonna go in here. That's gonna go here, and then this is gonna go on top like that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think this is dry. So before I glue anything together, I'm just gonna leave these three pieces to dry, and then we can get started on the spider web, the cheese, and the chair and the table. I don't know what this is because this is gonna go in like this. So I'm just gonna leave this here with that. So just gonna put that all up there to dry. So these are the next parts that we're gonna be painting. So now I don't know what color to make the tables and the chairs, so I'm gonna leave that for now. What I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if I can make I don't know, because I don't want to make the spider webs black. I'm gonna see if I can make the spider web silver and then just put like maybe a black underlay on here or brown underlay. And then I'm gonna paint all of this white and then I'm gonna go over it with yellow and a little bit of orange just to give it like that cheesy color. I don't know why my mom's shaking her head. What do you think of my live TD model? Isn't she cute? Wait, guys, I want to show my mom my live TD model. She hasn't seen the whole model yet. It's a bear version. It's a sun bear. That's why it's got that mark there. But look, I got fur and claws and I've got gems on my skin that glitter. Look how they glitter. Look. Dee, 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 dee. Do you see? It glitters. And look at the eyes. The eyes. And I got teeth. I got sharp teeth. Rah! Mom thinks I've lost my mind. It's not that. It's your reaction. Where are all the couplings I saw? Oh, yes, 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 yes. That's I couldn't really put all the couplings on my live TD model on stream. So I did the tweets and then you guys can like keep that image or that image will forever be there. So yeah, if you want, I'll put it on Discord as well, but like or the next time I use my Vroid model, I'll try and put as mini couplings on my Vroid model as possible. Yeah, I couldn't do anything with anime. So, yeah, what I will do is I'll try with my Vroid model on one of my streams, just put all the couplings on my model, like I did with my live 2D model, and see how that will work with my Vroid model. So yeah, that's what I think I'm gonna be doing with that. So I can try with my Vroid model because it might work better with my Vroid model. And what do you guys think of that? Would you guys like to see it on my Vroid model, or is the tweet enough? Like, how would you what would you guys prefer? Dee, 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 dee. Dee, 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 dee. Okay, so we're gonna paint this charcoal, and then we're gonna try and do the spider webs in like a silver color. Actually, I think this will work better. So let me just clean this brush and see how this will work. Yeah, this works slightly better. And then I'll just spread it properly with the paintbrush. There we go. And then it goes. Okay. And let's see how it will spread once I use the paintbrush. Oh, you're home from work, Mumsy? Choose my stream. There we go. Okay. Okay, so you can see, you can't really see the spider web, but I think the silver will like bring it out nicely. So let's go ahead and do that. Where's my silver? Yeah, here it is. Silver. Hey, Shanta, how you doing? Welcome in. Hey, is dit reg? Wees veilig op die pad, né? Oh wait, you guys can't see what I'm doing, so I need to pull this closer to the camera. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm just like really, really focusing on the spider web because these lines are quite thin. So I'm trying to. Neville, what do you think? Do you think I should like because I can do it with my Vroid model, but I just won't be able to do it on my on animes. So that's why I did a tweet. Oh, Donathon is basically where you stream for a very long time or a couple of days. But I do take break in between, so I don't do like 24-hour streams or 48-hour streams or anything like that because that is extremely unhealthy. Um, and then people like either donate to you or they subscribe to you, but I'm doing my donation a little differently. So you can either donate to me or you can buy anything from any of my merch stores or you can buy anything from my Ko-Fi shop or you can commission me for art and that will still count towards my donathon. So it's not just you guys giving me money. It's like if you guys purchase something, it will still count, if that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But we halfway through our donathon goals, so that's a that's a huge milestone and I am extremely grateful for those who have donated. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, that will add to the gold. So you won't see the bar at the bottom move up, but I know it will add. So I will say, okay, we've made so much, or I've made so much, we've got so much to go, but it will still count, Stronza. So if you buy from my Shopify store, it will still count towards the donathon goal. That's if you want to, like it's not a must or anything like that. But I don't get a chance often to like do arts and crafts like this, so that's why I made this subathon like a arts and craftathon thing. Yeah, it was. It was a very big surprise. Thank you, Mumsy. I do appreciate it. Oh, guys, another thing. Only donate or give money if you do have. Do not put yourself in a financial situation where you're gonna struggle. Please don't do that. Because I've seen people do that, and no, please don't be one of those people. You're welcome, Shonza. You're welcome. Oh, Shonza, how's your I think it was you who asked, how's your eczema? Because you did ask me advice about that or tips and tricks about that. Okay, Mumsy, enjoy work. And Mumsy, remember, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. What do we do? We swim, swim, swim. Have you never seen Finding Nemo? Ah, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. But I think we're heading into autumn, not so much winter, because we still have our hot days. But I don't think last year we had much of a winter either. It wasn't that cold, was it? I can't remember. I think it was. Yeah, I can understand that. It is embarrassing. I can understand that because like you've got red splotches all over and you're itchy all over and it's a pain in the butt. There we go, guys, and the spider webs are done. Oh, that looks so pretty though. Doesn't that look pretty? So we're just gonna put this in this corner and we're gonna go ahead and work on the cheese. Everybody say cheers! Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paint all of these whites and then I'm gonna go over it with yellow. Okay, and then we're just gonna go over that with yellow. And then I think after this I can start gluing everything together. And then tomorrow we can do, I guess, the next panel or the next two panels. Okay. Then we're just gonna go over that with yellow. In the summertime when the weather is fine and da 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 da. I can't remember the last time I heard that song. Da, 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 da. Oh, mom. Oh, wait. Mumsy's still at work. Okay. Okay. An air fryer. Oh. And there we have it. The cheese is now painted. So we're going to also just slowly move that to one side so that can dry. Okay, guys, now here is million, the million dollar question. What color are we painting the table and what color are we painting the chairs? I think looking at the carpets, I think making the table brown will be nice. And then I think making the chairs, because these are rocking chairs or wooden chairs, I think I'm making them brown. And then if I can, I'm gonna maybe see if I can make like a miniature tablecloth for the table, and then like a miniature couch cushion or something for the chair and see how that goes. I'm not promising anything. I'm just gonna try, and if I do get it right, then I'll show you how the final product looks with that. So, yeah. So let's go ahead and paint this brown. I don't like this brown ink. I'm gonna see if there's like maybe a darker brown. Ooh, let's try dry rust. Let's try dry rust. There we go. Ooh, I like the dry rust. Like, look at that color though. Okay, look at that color though, guys. Look at that. That is so pretty. Okay, so I'm gonna wait for this side to dry, then I'm gonna turn it and paint the other side. And then I'm just gonna paint the bottom as well. So the chairs and everything I'm gonna paint on all sides because yeah, you're gonna see all angles. So let's just paint the one side first. Okay. Okay. Now we just, oh, we got two more to do. And then we just need to turn it around and then paint the other side once the side is dry. So what I'll be doing, I'll be gluing the other stuffs along while this is drying. And then once this is dried, I'm going to turn it around, paint the other side, and then wait for that to dry and then glue everything together. Okay, so that's everything painted. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start gluing this all together. Then that should be dry when I'm done with gluing this together. So I'm just gonna move that up. And then I'm gonna be there we go. And then I'll be painting the other side of that, of the table and the chair. And then I'll be gluing that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try all of this. And then here's the paintbrush, and I'm using this glue. I don't really like this glue, but it's like what I, what I could get at the time. And I got two bottles. I don't know why I got two bottles, but anyway, I just got two bottles. Do you want one? You can take the full one. It's over there. Okay. Oh, those are keychains that I made. I made it crocheted. Cassandra? What? Why didn't you tell me? I've been actually wanting to sell them, but I'm gonna give one of them away once I reach my goal on the donathon. This is beautiful. Yeah, I got five in pink, five in blue, five in yellow. I was gonna make five in purple as well, but I really didn't have time to do that. How much is selling them for? I don't know how much I should. How long did it take you to make it? Not that long. Mumsy and Nibble, do you remember how long it made me to make those keychains when I made them on stream? How long it made me took me to make one? I think it took me like a couple of hours because I was still learning how to make it at the time. Mm. Why do you know where I can sell them? Okay. Or you can buy one of each color. I don't think I'm gonna charge that much for a keychain. That is a little extreme. Geez, make me sound like a crude businesswoman, why don't you? So, needless to say, my mom loves my bear keychains. Would you be able to do an elephant? I can try if I can find a pattern for one. Oh, okay. Well, let me work out the price and then I'll get back to you. Milk costs money. Okay. Mm. Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you, mommy. Choose a color you want, and then I'll send you how much just now. Do you want the blue one? Okay. Okay. Okay, so all I'm doing is I'm just putting glue on, and then I put glue on there and then just pushed it in. So what I'm gonna do is I actually should have gotten a toothpick. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try and wipe that glue out. Get it off my nail. There we go. There we go. And there we have it. And then we glued the bottom of this just so we can stick it in here. And then as you can see, I'm just pushing it in through so you can see where that goes. And I think these holes here is where the light is going to go, because you can actually put a light in this and switch it on. So yeah, so I'm just pushing that down in the corner and then just wiping the glue off there. Okay, and then what we're going to do is, now that we got that sorted, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put some glue. Okay, let me show you where I'm going to put some glue. Okay, let me just grab some more glue. Just going to put some glue here. And I'm just going to put some glue here as well. And then just like, okay, and then I'm just going to put this down. Just put that down. And then this is going to go this side. And then I'm just going to push that in, and there we have it. Okay. So now we're just going to put, let me just put this here, let me show you guys. Okay, you guys can't really see that side. Okay, so I'm just going to show you where I'm going to put glue. So I'm just going to put glue up here in the middle and on that side. So just going to grab a little bit more glue. Okay, and then we're just going to go ahead and put glue there. Put glue there. A flea market stall. Yeah, but a flea market store is going to cost more than what I thought. So there you guys have it. There's the fireplace. And there we've got that sorted. So now we're going to go ahead and paint the other side of these. And then we're going to glue the spider web and cheese stuff on. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to move this to one side. So we're just going to turn these around and paint the other side. This is actually looking nice now, guys. Oh my word, this is looking nice. Okay, let me just rinse the glue off the paintbrush as much as well as I can. I left the glue. And then let's go ahead and grab some paints. And then let's go ahead and paint this. Oh, I made the brush a little too wet, as you guys can tell. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Guys, this is like somehow very relaxing and satisfying. I don't know how it is for you guys. Like, just put some lo-fi music behind this, and it's like, chef's kiss. Guys, isn't this relaxing? This is so relaxing. Like, I don't know. I feel relaxed though. I think after this, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and I'll be putting some lo-fi beats in the background as I go take a break. And then once I've and then it's gonna be like maybe a 10-15 minute break, and then I'll be back to streaming again. It will also give me time to actually spend some time with my mom. Okay, so while I wait for that to dry, I'm gonna go ahead and glue these pieces down. So where is the other? Why did I put you back in here? Okay, I'm not gonna paint this because I think this goes at the bottom, so you're not gonna really see this piece, so it's just gonna be a waste to paint it. So what you do here is, I think that's about right. No. Okay, so let me just show you how you're gonna put this in. So we're gonna putting glue here at the bottom, so let's go ahead and do that. I'm just gonna stick a paintbrush in there. Okay. Okay. And then you'll see this side it's got okay, I don't think you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's got there, and then you'll see that so this part sticks out and this part is like indented. So you're gonna make sure that this side, the out part, that's where you are gonna glue it. Let me just turn it to me to make sure. Yeah. Okay. So where this is sticking out and where that's sticking out, that's where you're gonna glue it, and then you're just gonna put that in there. Now here with the cheese parts, I think you can you know decorate it however you want. So I'm gonna be like putting one here and maybe putting one here and then maybe putting one here. Oh, there we go. And then I'm gonna put one here. So as you guys can see, one here, and we're gonna put one here. And you will be left with an extra piece. So I don't know what's gonna happen with this extra piece. So I'm just gonna put it aside for now, just in case. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and glue these in. Okay. So we're just gonna grab some glue. And then you're just gonna put some glue on this side. And you're just gonna put glue on that side. And you're just gonna repeat the process with all of them. So you're just gonna put glue on the sides. And that's what I'm gonna be doing. Okay, let me just show you this side. Now I know in the some of the videos from Brink Design they use elastics to like help keep everything in place. Unfortunately, I do not have elastics that big or small. So we just gotta make do with what we've got. And we're just gonna go ahead and stick that in. Go ahead and glue that. And there we have it. And then that's how it should look. Guys, look at the spider web. That looks so cool. Okay, so now we're gonna bring this little fireplace thing back. I'm just gonna turn it around because that's where the chair goes and that's where the table goes. So we're gonna go ahead. Actually, we're not gonna glue the chair and tables in here. We're just gonna put the tables and chairs together for now. So then when we are ready to assemble the whole thing, that's when we'll glue the tables and chairs in. But let's go ahead and let's do the table first because the table will be quickest. So just putting glue in the middle. I didn't grab any. There we go. Okay, so we're just gonna go ahead and then we're just gonna go and then we're just gonna wipe that glue out. See, yep, yep, yep. There we go. And then you see, okay, this side goes in first. So we're gonna put glue on all these sides here. So we're just gonna go ahead. And then we got the table. Look at the table, it's so cute. And then if I'm not mistaken, it should go in there, but like I said, I'm not gonna glue anything down until we assemble everything together. But here we go with the chairs. I'm just grabbing any two pieces. I just want to see which side's which. Okay, so it's gonna be okay. So this is how it's gonna go. Okay, so we're gonna do the oh wait, it's gonna go this way. Okay, so we're gonna do the seats first. Okay, that's a little bit too much glue. And we're just gonna again just stuck on the sides, guys. Just on the sides. I'm gonna go on this side as well. Okay, I think I'm just gonna do it this way around. Wait, no, which way is it? So, okay. Then okay. Okay, and there we are just holding it together. And then it should go in like that. So, and then the table should go in here. Okay. Glass chair and then break. Sorry guys, I just want to see which side I wrote the numbers on. This side, okay. Ooh. Okay. So we're just gonna go ahead and push that in. Ah! Can you stop slipping out of my hands? Okay. Then we're gonna take this and we're just gonna slot this in, if it will slot in. There we go. There, slots it in. Oh my word, this is stressful. Woo. Okay, now we're just gonna put. I know I didn't do it with the other chair, but you should put glue in here as well. And then when you grab this, I think yeah, that's the number. You're gonna put glue on this side. I'm gonna put glue on that side, glue on here, and glue on there. And then you're just gonna glue the whole thing together. And then that's how it should look. And there you got another chair, and then you should just slot into here. Thank you. And there we have it, guys. There's our little fireplace. Wait. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see, but there's our fireplace. Chat, like, oh my word, it's so pretty. Ooh. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a little break after this. Nibble, no, you didn't. Thank you so much. But I am gonna take a break and I shall be back in the next 10-15 minutes. That is true, Nibble. That is true. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, look, Tara isn't as bad as her mom. Okay. Ja. 6 ure. Nee, ek kan nie vloek nie. Ek sou my kop ingedoen het. Wel, nie eintlik nie, want ons was al langer op die pad gewees, want ons moes al van Alberton al die pad na Durban bestuur, my oupa. So ja. Maar ek het meeste van die tyd geslaap, maar om so lank te bestuur, ja, as moet jy uitput. Ja man, moenie klop nie. Die deur is oop. Jy sal hier, jy hoef nie te klop nie. Chats, I could never be a driver or a truck driver or anything like that because you are on the road forever. Ja, ja, trokke is 'n ander ding. Ek sou weet jy wat, ek sou eerder trokke vat oor taksies in Suid-Afrika. Ek sou eerder met trokke deel as wat ek met taksies deel in Suid-Afrika. I'm not. Yes, 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 Nimble. Playing this evening. I mean, torturing. Psh. No idea what you're talking about. Just torturing. Nie vir jou ma nie. Onbeskof. Nou klink ek soos 'n ma. Nee man. Okay, we can close that and we can open up some Genshin. So let's go ahead and play some Genshin. While I wait for Genshin to open, I can like go over the some of the donations real quick. Okay, so as you guys can see, some of the stuff has been crossed out because I've done them already. Nibble, I will talk about summoning the cublings over on Discord. We can talk more about that. And then yeah, so Sunday we will be playing hide and seek with Mumsy, and then maybe tomorrow Sunday I'll be working on the first page of my webtoon series. I kind of already started it, so I'll be finishing it. And then I'll be playing geolocator. And guys, I will be doing an art history, but what I'm thinking of is doing like a documentary on YouTube with the art history of unknown artists and stuff like that, and talk a little bit more about them. So I'm gonna have to do like real research. Well, not real. I'm gonna have to do research, write out a script, practice it a few times before I do that. And I'll be talking about 10 artists in total, and then I'll be talking about each artist in the video. And then if you guys want me to do a deep dive into each artist, then I can turn it into like a little mini series over on YouTube. And then watch me suck at geolocator, and I'll be going to Market Kokoro and trying their Japanese items and foods that they have there. So that's what we've got going on, all the milestones. So I thought I might just like, fill you in on all of that. Ow! ASMR, hoekom dink jy dit sal by my pas? Markets Kokoro. So it's a winkel waar hulle kos en snacks en sulke tipe kry van jou Asian countries kry. So Market Kokoro is like a shop. Hi Papa. Where you get like authentic Japanese food, Korean food, Taiwanese food, and I can't remember what other Asian countries they have there. You get like foods and snacks and items and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My stem gee ASMR vibes. Ek weet nie of ek sal goed met ASMR wees nie. Ek dink ek sal dit probeer, maar ek dink ek sal dit ek weet nie. Ek moet 'n bietjie oefen. Ek is nie seker hoe dit gaan klinkie. There we go. Market kokoro. I first have to open the game so I can take it off full screen so I can actually see chat. Oh, baie dankie. En jy ook. Geniet jou tyd met jou vriendin en soos altyd wees asseblief veilig. En ja, sien jou weer. I'm guessing I'll just open stream on my phone and then I can see chats on my phone. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, okay. Thank you. So terug. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna keep chat open on my phone. So then, actually, you know what? No, it's gonna be a little too difficult to see chats on my phone. So let's go into settings, graphics, and then I'm just gonna have to make this a little bit smaller. Maybe not that small. Yeah, I think that should be fine. There we go. There we go. Now just move this up a little bit just so I can see chats. Sweet. No, I don't want to change avatar. Okay, so let's look at F1. Domains, guide. Sweet, I can go through that. F3. You guys should be able to see the game now, though. I don't think I'm gonna be pulling on today's banner because I don't know. I don't like the Natlan characters. If I wanted characters that glow in the dark or glow, then I would play Pokemon. I'm sorry. Like that just reminds me of shiny Pokemon. It's weird. I get Natlan is supposed to be like a really hot place. I wonder if Natlan was inspired by African countries. And Semiru Desert was like inspired by, for example, the Sahara Desert and places like that. Hmm. Okay. Wait, we can do. Let's do some world quests while we're at it. Let's do some world quests because I'm pretty sure they'll be quick and easy to do. Wow! Thanks, Neville. Thanks. I like Pokemon. Okay, I do. I don't see what's the point of shiny Pokemon. I can understand for shiny Pokemon. Okay, but like that doesn't match Genshin. It doesn't suit Genshin. I don't like it. Okay, I don't know why I don't like it. I just don't like it. Ah, you quoted me. Oh, that's gonna be funny. Make me sound like a hater. I'm not a hater. I'm a lover.
Dandelions? Of course they're flowers.
Oh, okay. I love how Ether just bends down a little bit to talk to Flora. Oh ja, jy het die quote gedoen. Oh, okay. Sorry, Nibble. Sorry. You didn't say anything, you didn't do anything, you're innocent. Vat dit rustig. Moenie jouself te ver stoot nie. So rus 'n bietjie. Want 6 ure op die pad. America! Hi, America. How you doing? Okay, let's complete this quest. We're just doing world quest. Yeah, we can teleport, so I'm not running all that way. Oh, okay, it's not far. But we're still teleporting. How are you doing? It's been a while. Oh, I'm pretty sure I said hello back to you, Mecca. I'm pretty sure I said hello. I must have said it in my head. I'm so sorry. How you doing? How you doing, Omega? Oh, no, no, no. No, 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 no. Is dit reg?
Rain cutter. Yeah. Huh? No escape.
That's smart. Run into the whirlwind. Oh, wait, we can get this chest while we're at it. Hi. Bye. You know I can spread those flames to backfire on you, right? I'm just saying. Oh, how's that go? Yeah, I can imagine that can be hard. Back! I got excited because you came back. Aren't I allowed to say hello like it's your first time in stream? Is that so wrong? Fine, fine. Be like that, Omega. Next time when you're coming to stream, I'm just like, oh, it's you. Hi. Guys, I'm joking. Okay, I'll always get excited when I see viewers in chat. Oh.
Go, go, Barry!
Yeah, with the wind. Wind blade. Yeah.
No. No. That. You guys are so mean. Why do I have to... So mean. Okay, seriously, what did you guys want? What, is it this that I need to knock down? Seriously? How many of these things are there? Oh, no. Why would you guys do that to me? Why would... No. It is mean.
Let's spark things up a little. Witness the power of Fuha. Rain outlines your fate. Yeah.
Oh, I like this tea. Nice. Oh, how you doing? I'm doing good, and you? How you doing?
Body and mind.
Hey, Neville, how you doing? Welcome to chat. Love to see you. How did you find my stream? Welcome in, welcome in.
Anything the knights can do for you?
You got a mob? Ah. Are you talking about yourself? Wait, what? I'm confused. Hey. Ooh, wait. We are right here,
If
so
my
we
calculations
can.
are correct, Wanwan Bookhouse is due to receive a batch of
Oh,
new releases today. Might we add a
congratulations!
small detour to our adventure?
Be safe. May the animal archon protect you.
Oh, he's gonna be a baby mouse.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Jy ook. En baie dankie dat jy oorgestop het.
Thank you for completing.
Oh, so sweet. No, go away, baby fever. Oh. You guys heard nothing. You guys heard nothing. Okay, what am I
It was on
supposed
a
to do
deserted
next?
moonlit night that the hero approached the vile dragon's limpid lair. Come take a look. There will definitely be something that catches your eye.
Greetings. I am Timaeus, researcher of alchemy. Welcome to Mondstadt. Alchemy is a craft that has been passed down since ancient times, but it is barely understood in the present. Its mechanisms are magical and mysterious, completely unlike the principles that shape our understanding of the physical world. If we can get the hang of this, we should be able to create some pretty awesome stuff.
This must be your alchemist's workbench.
That's right. Why not give it a go yourself? You'll be fine. The procedure's actually very simple. If you're interested, I could show you the basics.
Cool.
All we are really doing is following the methods of the ancients as best we can. Much as one who uses a wind glider needs not understand how it was built in order to glide. The difference with alchemy is that every time I think I finally understand how it's supposed to work, something totally unexpected happens.
Can you conjure up a new Paimon using alchemy?
Hey, you shall have no other Paimon before this Paimon.
Unfortunately, my skills are not that advanced. There's a lot of other mysterious recipes I have to research first. Over the course of your adventures, you should come across some alchemist notes from ancient civilizations. And as your adventure rank increases, more recipes will become available to you. You're welcome. I look forward to hearing more about your exploits. Well, see you next time. May the wind bring you good fortune on your path ahead.
Okay.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most
Wait, did we complete chapter 3? Oh no. What are we supposed to... Oh, we need 10, enhance, and progress. Okay. That's easy to do.
Now, this is what I call a moment of solitude.
So you can... Pastel mouth, so you can say he's a daddy's boy from the beginning. Oh my word, that is so adorable. Oh, that is so adorable. We need actually we need a fan art of that, like Pastel Moth as like an anime, like of your obviously of your you know VTuber persona, like a moth family thing happening. Just
If you want to find the Geo Archon, this is the only chance you'll get all year. Guess it's a good thing Venti brought it up earlier. Otherwise, we definitely would have missed this year's Rite of Dissension. Well, Venti brought up the time, but Paimon knows nothing about
you
when
are
it
welcome
is.
for the idea.
Look, we're already in Liyue, so let's go ask some of the locals. Oh, right. About the Geo Archon Morax. Did you know the Mora that we use is named after this god?
It would though.
But it's seen as impolite for people from
It
outside
would be
Liyue
so
to refer
adorable.
to... So we should refer to the Geo Archon.
Okay, Paimon, shush, she talks too much. I'm just gonna skip through Paimon's dialogue because oh my word, she talks too much. Okay, we were busy. Yeah, and then you got like the mommy moth sitting there and like daddy moth playing with the four-wheeler with the baby moth. That would be so adorable though. Like I can picture it all in my head now.
Windblade!
Yeah, 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 yeah. Why are you so high up? Why do you need to make my life difficult, huh? Not a problem. Take your time. I know how to unlock the seals. I just want to, like, if I come across any sealies or chests along the way, I am going to collect them. Oh, chat, is my model still working well even though I am playing Genshin? Like, how's that going? Is that going good? Is that... Okay. Hi, Sealy. Oh, now you want to move. And then the other one is over here. And look, we got a precious chest. An answer for the world. Okay, so let's go to this camp first. Thank you, Grub. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so it looks like this game works better with my live 2D model than what it does with my V-Roid model. That's good to know.
Windblade.
Okay, now we can go here. Oh, there's no chest here. Unless if I got this chest already. Or is it on this side? Ah, here it is. Hello, Chesticle. How you doing? An answer from this world? No, because you ask that every single time you get a chest, and it turns out it's not the answer. Just, you know, thought I might let you know now. Yeah, nice try. And right over here, there's another chest.
Like
What do you mean, are there Mexican moths? I don't know.
another target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Okay, now I need to climb up here again. No, I didn't get it. Dang it. Okay, let's get this one and then let's try and get the Animoculus again. Thank you.
Target tracked down by Outrider Amber.
Good job, Outrider. How you doing? I don't know how well this does with that, so no, I'm not gonna accept anyone yet. Unless if I know you, and then you guys like, yeah, then that's a different story.
I'll keep this close.
Took you a while to get back up. Enjoy, Shansa. Okay, so here's one of them. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Seriously? I didn't want to use that so I could fight the other stuff. Stop making me... Yeah, you were saying? You were saying? You were saying? Watch me. Think I'm here to play. Okay, wait. Let's just make sure that our characters, you know, are buffed up. Our party is buffed up. We need to buff our party up. Okay, we can't ascend. We can't ascend. I don't want to level you up. I think that's fine. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Do you have any new ones? Yes, you got one. Okay. And then while we add it, because we do need to do this. There we go. Okay. Hey, any... No? Yes, Lisa. Da, 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 da. Oh, Grab, I don't think you know. This is a new account that I'm working on because I haven't played Genshin in a while. And then when I opened up Genshin again, my accounts were gone. And I was just like, no. And I couldn't get them back. So I had to start over. I lost Wanderer and Itzo and I can't remember who else, but I lost a lot of characters. I am so sad. And I am mad because I finally got to Inazuma. I finally got to Inazuma. I'm so mad. No, where are you going? Don't run away from the fight. And I was finally getting the hang of Dragon Spine. Oh wait, no, 3.
No one escapes my sight.
Oh, that's why. Not a problem. Okay, you are pissing me off. Go away. Okay, you know what?
No, my sword.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me read you a verse.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now what?
With the wind!
Surrender and I'll be gentle.
No! Do not summon. Oh, dang it. Challenge failed. I ran out of time. Okay. There we go.
No escape.
1. How rude. Why aren't you using your... Meow. Meow.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Disappear! Windblade!
Let it rain.
Why is my commands not working the way it should? There we go. I think there's a little bit of a lag, that's why. I think that's why.
Is this an answer from this world?
Crap, when do you normally stream though? Because I don't know if it's just a time difference, but I don't really see you streaming anymore. I think it could just be a time difference thing.
Is this an answer from this world?
Because I might be sleeping when you stream.
Ready when you are.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be leveling up the characters I want to level up now. I'm not gonna like try and level all of them up all at the same time. Too much work.
What's the hurry?
Yeah, I know I can't get to that one. Not yet, at least. Let me fight you. Let me fight you. Okay, that was uncalled for. You like two ganging up on one. That was so uncalled for.
Windblade.
Yeah, I know one of is this the fire one or is this the electric one? Because I don't think. Oh, we need amber. Okay.
May knowledge guide you.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yep. Huh? He. He. Come a little closer. Hey, get him! No one escapes my sight. Rain outlines your fate. Let's spark things up a little.
Yeah, let's spark things up a little. Hehehehe.
Blitz.
You were saying? Okay. Okay. What do you still stream Genshin, or are you streaming Honkai, or are you streaming something else now?
A reward on the road.
Oh, okay, that was the second one. Okay, so we need to get the other one. Let's go ahead and grab this one, because I think I know that's up there. Wait, do I have to? Which one? I think I have to fly from this one, don't I? Okay, wait. What is ZZZ? Is that like a horror game or something like that? I have to fly down from here. If the cryo stuff is up there, then I have to fly down from this mountain. Yep. And they're gonna try and knock me off.
Go, Baron Bunny!
Okay. Oh, is it also Hoya? Oh, okay. I was just about to say, I know I got you. I know for a fact I got you. Okay, so we need to go to the one next door. Sweet. Yes, I know there's an homunculus there. Oh, okay. Yep, there's another camp right here. Yeah, I'm not dealing with you, go away. Okay, guys, once I'm done with this quest, I think I'm gonna end stream for a bit and take like a proper long break, and then start stream up again when we are ready for D&D. Oh, I forgot we already got this one. Okay. Yeah, I don't have to fight
A
anything.
reward on the road.
So that way it just gives my laptop a little bit of a break to rest and stuff like that. It gives me a little bit of a break to rest and things like that, and get something to eat and stuff like that. So and then let's go ahead and get this one, and then we can give it to the statue of the 7 while we're at it. Wait, what happened to all the swords here? Nice. Yes, we got city reputation. Not that I normally use it, but I am starting to use city rep. Oh, now the swords show up. Now they show up. Hello. Talk about a glitch. Okay. Let's go here. Teleport. Oh wow, I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours, guys. Damn. And we still got D&D after this. Ooh, okay, I really do need a break. Hmm. What? Okay. I don't think I'm gonna pull on this banner. Yeah, I'm not gonna pull on this banner. I know I said that, but okay, we've got an ascension rank so that we can do. And then, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know I got a camera. I know I got a camera. Okay, so I'll be closing this game and guys, I'm gonna be ending stream here and then when we are ready for some D&D, I will be playing D&D. Yes, I will still have my live 2D model up. But yeah, thank you guys for stopping by and guys, thank you guys for the donations. We are so close to our end goal. Oh my word. But yeah, I shall see you guys later tonight. Oh, you are so welcome, Grub. You are so welcome. And then, yeah, we will be doing D&D later on. But I just need a little bit of a break and a little bit of a maybe give my computer a break and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure we'll be back in about 30 minutes, an hour or so. But until then, I shall see you guys. Yeah, let's raid. Let's raid.
Oh, so it's a TV show. I see, I see. I think I've heard of it before, but I don't. Again, I'm not really. On Amazon? Ah, yeah. Well, explains why I don't know it.